and say good morning and welcome. We are glad you are all here.
Are folks hearing us?
Samuel, we can see you. Can you just give us a thumbs up if you can hear us? Awesome, thank you. Thanks, Taylor.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Good morning, bonjour.
Bonjour.
That's not it. But just okay, no idea. I didn't plan for me to do that. Folks in the room are not allowed to participate in the test poll.
In the poll, are the answers just yes, no?
No, because you may give me problems.
Pardon?
Yeah.
You've unmuted.
We are muted or we're not?
You are not.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's intentional so that people can pop in and say hello. We're here. We're just having friendly chat and last minute preparations here.
It's nice to see you got back from Fredericton. That was an awesome service.
I have not been in Fredericton since I was 17. In
Oh,
January.
I keep forgetting that Lois's funeral was in Toronto,
Oh, yes, it was in Toronto.
but she died in Fredericton.
She did. Yeah.
That just, it kind of smushed together.
Yeah, and it was a beautiful service.
It was.
And I've just recently recovered from bronchitis, and I'm very grateful that the live stream did not record how much I coughed in the first half of the service. And I'm grateful that I did not cough when I was in the lectern.
Yeah. Thank you. It's fine. One of those blinds maybe that have that.
And you might have to spotlight the chat.
Yes. Is their name chat?
Yes, I need
The ones that are down are still making quite a reflection.
His name said it looks fine.
It looks fine. I saw it on the TV on the chat, so it will be fine. And these lines are definitely a challenge.
Yeah.
Like, on this.
That one doesn't matter, it's behind the, banner
Over here.
over there.
Are you sure? Because when I look at myself on the screen.
So this is the one where.
Yeah, that one.
No, it's these ones.
Yeah, but
Those parts.
the reflection is on the blind. Yes.
Oh, it's those blinds and
Yeah.
these blinds.
Yeah. Sorry. I tried this once. But it's your technical.
Oh, I got one right there. Okay. I should get that one. I don't know why. That's a need.
But it's dark.
I get your laugh, but I.
Do it 10 minutes. Save it for after the.
Did you do your translation, Gary?
Sorry, I didn't make.
Gary, did you do your translation? They just know. You know, sometimes churchy language needs help.
Yeah.
Much better now.
I'm sure.
Thank you. That's much better.
Yeah, I think it matters less for us, but it'll create eye strain, I think, to have too much light behind us on you guys. Cause eye strain for you guys. Helen,
So
you might
it's-
have to post those again right as I start talking, just because when you join, you can't see like previous chat.
Boulder agree, disagree.
Oh,
Honorary Secretary, 10:57.
pardon?
It's 10:57,
Yeah.
so we should maybe head to the chapel.
Okay. I have to, why don't you guys go to the chapel and I'll come as soon as I do the orientation pieces.
Oh, okay.
Or we could just do worship and I could come back to do orientation pieces.
That would be my suggestion.
All right. Okay, friends, we're gonna start first thing with worship. So we will join you from the chapel here in the general council offices, and then I will come back and do the orientation pieces around voting and how to use Zoom for this meeting. So we'll see you in a moment.
Morning, everybody. Morning.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. I'm the Reverend Graham Brendler, and I use he, him pronouns. I've been the worship chair for just this General Council 44 for the past 6 years. I served Jubilee United Church in Burnaby on the lands of the Hunkaminam and Squamish-speaking peoples. In an email yesterday from Tyler, you would have received the liturgy. It's been posted on Church X and Commons, so there's no protection. You won't see words on the screen. I need you to participate however you want to participate. There are some English and French translations to things, so no matter how we speak here, you're welcome to respond in the language that is most comfortable for you. We are celebrating communion as is required of us, and so if you have elements prepared, it would be great if you have them now and ready. You may remember when we gathered in February of 2022, cast your minds back. It has been a while. But when you registered for those meetings, we sent you candles. Candles that remind us of our connectedness to each other, to the source of all life, to God, Creator, Jesus, Spirit. So if you still have that candle, somewhere that's handy, you may want to light it and be reminded of our connectedness across time and space and here where we are. Over the past 2.5 years, we have gathered from the east where the dawn is greeted as it rises from the Eastern Ocean, from the south where forest and field meet steel and concrete, from the west where the mountains rise to the skies and prairies stretch to the horizon, from the north where the land is vast and blessed with water, from sea to sea to sea, grounded in the question, who do you say that I am? And a vision to be deep, bold, and daring. We gather to worship. You'll find the words to your songs in your document. Let's sing together.
You are muted. We cannot hear.
there sound coming from the chapel?
No, because of the meeting settings, it's just not letting me enable. But they can hear you, but not the music.
Oh.
They can hear you clearly, yeah.
We're getting text saying there's no sound coming from the chapel, so wanted to make sure before we continue that we have that.
They can hear you.
Hi. Thanks. I'm gonna invite up folks that are gonna help me read scripture.
Yeah.
Scripture now. I'd like to invite Michael, the general secretary moderator, to join us.
Scripture reading this morning is from the Gospel of Mark, chapter 8, verses 27 to 30. Jésus s'en alla, accompagné de ses disciples, et se rendit dans les villages autour de Césarée de Philippe. En chemin, il interrogeait ses disciples.
Who do people say that I am?
Wakamjibu, Yohana Mbatizaji, wengine mmojawapo wa manabii.
He asked them,
Je, nyinyi mwasema mimi ni nani?
Et vous, qui dites-vous que je suis?
but who do you say that I am?
Petro akajibu,
Tu es le Messie.
You are the Messiah.
wewe ni Masihi.
And he sternly ordered them not to tell anyone about him.
Word of God. We're gonna sing Gather Us In. We don't have words for you in your paper copy because it's not covered by licensing, but we are allowed to sing it. So join in English or French as we sing Gather Us In.
Cette table n'est pas la nôtre. Nous en avons hérité d'une longue tradition et nous en préservons l'histoire. This table belongs to Jesus Christ, and all who long to come to this table are welcome. For the host calls, and our whole beings respond.
Dieu est avec vous. Et avec vous aussi. Élevons nos cœurs.
Nous les servons à Dieu.
Rendons grâce à Dieu.
Et justement, grâce et louange à Dieu.
Blessed are you, gracious God, creator of heaven and earth.
Nous te louons pour la glorieuse résurrection de ton Fils Jésus-Christ, pour la vie sans fin avec toi dans la gloire, et pour l'invitation à ce repas avec nous en Église, tending to the brokenness of the world and bringing us into unity with you. Therefore, we join our voices with the company of the redeemed to sing your praises.
On the night of the Passover, Jesus sat at table with friends as at table with us now. He took bread, gave you thanks, broke the bread and gave it to the disciples, saying, "Take and eat. This is my body. It is broken. It is for you." Whenever you share a meal with friends and strangers, remember me. Dieu Tout-Puissant, nous avons compris le corps de la parole. Nous avons discerné la voix de votre Scripture. Nous avons contemplé à nouveau de ta rédemption. Et avec le Christ, nous sommes devenus participants de la joie qui se sont.
À la fin du repas, Jésus prit la coupe. À nouveau, il se rendit grâce et louange, puis dit à ses disciples, buvez tout de cette coupe. This is the cup of the covenant renewal that binds us together in one body with the blood of God flowing in us. Do this in remembrance of me.
Almighty God, we drink from a common cup of memory, and in each of us flows the force of your presence. Strengthen us to do your will and to proclaim our faith. Dieu d'amour, envoie ton Esprit Saint sur nos offrandes de pain et de vin. Grant that they may be for us the broken body and the very lifeblood of Jesus Christ.
Loving God, pour out your spirit on all who share this feast, pour qu'ainsi nous devenions pour le monde la présence vivante du Christ, au service et pour la réconciliation de tous les gens avec toi.
Remember your church scattered on the face of this earth. Gather us in unity and preserve us in truth. Remember the brokenness that still resides in the body of Christ. We remember the over 42,000 people who have been killed on and since October 7th, 2003. We mourn the atrocities of war. We remember those separated by force from loved ones. We remember the uncomforted tears, the deep longings for peace, the prayers of lament that cannot be expressed in words, brought on by the horrors of war.
Just God, we remember our friends who have gone before us into the richness of your presence, particularly the very Reverend, the Honorable Dr. Lois Wilson, and the Reverend Brenda Fox, and all those whom we remember in a moment of silence.
Join our voices.
We gather these and all our prayers, thankful that we may turn to you as to our mother who loves us. Toi, notre Père, qui es aux cieux, que ton nom soit sanctifié, que ton règne vienne, que ta volonté soit faite sur la terre comme au ciel. Donne-nous aujourd'hui notre pain de ce jour. Pardonne-nous nos offenses, comme nous pardonnons aussi aux qui nous ont offensés. Et ne nous laisse pas entrer en tentation, mais délivre-nous du mal. Car c'est à toi qu'appartiennent le règne, la puissance et la gloire. Amen.
Le corps du Christ.
Sois the very lifeblood of Christ.
Thanks be to God for the cup of blessing.
We invite you to share in this meal. Come, for all is now prepared.
Let us pray. Thank you, O Christ, for the feast of life. We are fed by your love. We are strengthened by your life. We are sent forth into the world to live into the visions God has laid on our hearts. We are now commissioned to feed as we have been fed, forgive as we have been forgiven, love as we have been loved. Thanks be to God. Amen.
And we bless you into the time of meeting, the time of business that is included in what we do in worship, that we hold all of it together now and through the day. Bless you. We'll regather in a moment as we move into another room.
You guys should be all good to go. Turn on the audio and this part.
Is the microphone
Yes.
on? Okay, good. So, welcome to all those participating in this meeting of the General Council of the United Church of Canada. Apologies that the music did not translate well across Zoom and time and space. To access simultaneous translation, you simply need to glide your mouse or your finger across the screen to uncover the little globe at the bottom of the page. Click on the globe, or sometimes it might be the More button with 3 dots in it. Click on the globe and choose the language that you would like to listen to. If you can also please ensure that your name in Zoom is complete and correct. And if you are a corresponding member and not a voting commissioner, please mark with a Z at the beginning of your name, which will make it easier for us to count votes electronically. We will be voting by poll, by the polling function in Zoom. If you are joining us by phone and you are a commissioner, you will not be able to participate in the phone, and so we ask you to vote by pressing *9 to raise your hand. If you're on the phone and you wish to speak, it's *6 to turn your microphone on and off. Please don't put your hand down once you vote. We will do that for you. That's also the same function that you will use to raise your hand if you want to speak, is *9. If you are a commissioner or a corresponding member, please raise your virtual hand to speak. If you don't know how to raise your virtual hand, under the little heart icon at the bottom of Zoom that says react. And so if you click on the heart button, there's an option to raise your hand. Please raise your virtual hand to speak, *9 on the phone or the heart react button, and raise your hand on video chat. And the equity support team will determine the order of the speakers list. For those of you who have been participants at a number of general councils, this is a new practice that we have been living into since our sessions started together in 2022. While the chat space in Zoom can be used for conversation, such as reaching out to a commissioner you know through a private message or gathering individual input for the territorial acknowledgement we're about to do, please remember that it is not where the substantive work of the General Council should be discussed. If you wish to address a matter before the council, you will need to be recognized and to speak verbally. There are members of the council who cannot see the chat space, either because they're on the phone or their screen space is limited, and the chat space often moves too quickly for me to be able to recognize what is happening. The chat space will be monitored by staff and can be used for points of order or points of privilege. Just to recap, a point of order is if you have an immediate need to address a procedural order, and it will be recognized immediately. If you have a point of privilege, which is that you feel strongly about something that is happening, you can put in all caps point of privilege, and we will decide whether or not now is the right time to recognize. The business table will be watching and will keep me informed as the moderator. So our next order of business is to do a test vote. Only those of you who have voting privileges should do this test vote, please. And we will need everyone who can vote to do so. This helps give us a baseline for voting, for counting votes. It will test the polling function of Zoom. So a question to vote on will be asked, and then all those in favor, please click on agree, and all those opposed, please click disagree. People joining on the telephone are asked to press *9 if you agree, and not to press anything if you do not. Before I do the test vote, I see we are having French translation problems. That's coming up in the chat.
They go to.
Alicia, and so is the translation box not working? Or are you having trouble connecting to translation? Florence or Isaac, could you maybe unmute yourself et dire le problème?
Oui, je ne parviens pas à suivre le message en français.
Et la traduction ne marche pas?
Oui, je vais à...
Non,
Oui, j'entends, c'est le modérateur que j'entends directement parler. Même quand je vais en français, c'est toujours elle qui parle en anglais.
Is it maybe reversed again? Peut-être tu peux essayer de choisir la traduction en anglais. When we met for general count for the learning sessions, the languages got reversed. Okay.
Ok,
je ne vois
d'accord.
pas où je dois choisir. Je sais pas.
Alan, you say that the translation is working? Now the French translation is working. Oui?
Oui, ça fonctionne.
Okay. Merci beaucoup. All right. So our test vote.
Oui, ça va maintenant.
Okay, merci beaucoup tout
Merci.
le monde. Okay, so now we will move into a test vote. And the question we are voting on is completely hypothetical and will not result in any real life changes in the world. Should the General Secretary dye his beard the rainbow colors of mission and service? Please choose agree if you vote yes and disagree if you vote no. If you are on the phone and voting, please choose *9. If you disagree and you are on the phone, please choose nothing. Okay.
Disagree are my friends.
The General Secretary says the 36 people who disagree are his friends. All right. That motion is carried, and as I said, it's completely without prejudice. We will not actually be dyeing the General Secretary's beard. So have we started recording? I just had okay, great. Alors, I will constitute the meeting au nom de notre Seigneur Jésus-Christ, seul chef souverain de l'Église, et par l'autorité qui m'a été conférée par le 44e Conseil Général. I hereby declare this meeting of the General Council to be in session for the work that may properly be brought before it to the glory of God. I will also note that I and the General Secretary, along with many staff and the Chair of Worship, are here situated in the General Council offices in the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, the Huron-Wendat, and the Petun First Nations, the Seneca, and most recently, the Mississaugas of the Credit River. And I invite you to take a moment now to put into the chat the name of the territory from where you are joining us today. All right. Now we will move to an introduction of the equity support team, and I will turn the meeting to the General Secretary.
Good morning, folks. Just to, this is a reminder of our commitment to engage in an equitable meeting and our participation. There are 4 members of the equity support team that are present in this meeting. They are Torin Mogg, Franklin James, Stephen Johan, and Adele Halliday will serve as staff. They can be reached by email at equity@united-church.ca, or by sending a direct message in the Zoom chat, or any of the team members who have been named. And you should see the names of the team members in the chat. We're invited to keep in mind that as a church, we have made several commitments to equity over the years. These include commitments to Indigenous justice and to the calls to the church, to anti-racism, to welcoming people of all sexual orientation and gender identities, to becoming accessible and barrier-free for people with disabilities, to becoming an intercultural church, to working towards functional bilingualism, to empower youth and young adults, and to opposing discrimination of any kind and on any basis of identity. We are all invited to continue to reflect on ways in which these commitments are lived out in our life and ministry and decision-making processes in the church. The Equity Support Team has a particular role to invite us all to live into our equity aspirations. The equity aspirations are named on the screen. But to remember to question our biases, challenge assumptions, notice who is missing, value all voices, aim for equity, and live out our commitments as we strive to live out out God's call. If you have any questions about how we might be living into our equity aspirations, or concern about how we might be living into our church's equity commitments, please feel free to be in touch with the Equity Support Team. And again, you can reach them at equity@united-church.ca or by private message using the chat feature. Finally, at the end of the day, there will be an invitation for a short 5-question survey inviting your reflection on equity. We would ask you to please complete this anonymous survey when it comes to you later today.
Thank you, General Secretary. We also want to recognize that our Global Partners Council is joining us today. I see Annie and Kangwa and Horacio, and Tyler, if we could spotlight Horacio, and I think he will bring us greetings on behalf of the Partners Council.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good morning, many blessings to the 44th General Council of the United Church of Canada. My name is Horacio Mesones from CREAS in Argentina, and I'm here to bring greetings to the General Council on behalf of the UCC Partner Council. So, dear friends in Christ, it is with great joy and deep gratitude that we bring warm greetings on behalf of the Partner Council. As we gather in the space, our role remains to weave the global fabric of faith, wisdom, and action. Our council members, Reverend Kangwa Mabuluki, Mrs. Eni Namala, Mr. Samir Laham, Mr. Marcelo Leites, and myself, Horacio Mesones, bring stories and experiences from every corner of the world, reminding us the beautiful diversity of God's creation. In this time of social, political, and economic challenges, the United Church of Canada's dedication to building and sustaining global partnerships is remarkable. It reflects a deep commitment to the belief that together we can witness the realm of God on earth, pooling our collective resources, talents, and visions for a just and compassionate world. These past months, our council has shared rich discussions with a focus on the deep scars left by climate change, scars that are visible in hunger, displacement, and there are unraveling of communities. We lament that gaps between promises made and actions taken, particularly around climate commitments. However, we celebrate the UCC's continued resolve to fight for climate justice, a struggle that echoes through every corner of the globe and connects us all in our care for God's creation. Earlier this year, in May 2024, and following up this process in September, we came together to explore and evolve the Roundtable initiative that began in 2023. Our aim is to reimagine power dynamics from a decolonized lens, fostering shared leadership and equitable decision-making among partners. A key element of this work is that we have come to call mutual radical accompaniment, a practice that invites us all to walk together in faith, listening to one another, and ensuring that every voice is not only heard, but empowered. As we carry this work forward, the theme Mending the World serves us both as anchor and as a guide, with climate justice as the doorway to broader issues like migration, peace, and gender equality. We know that healing our world requires a holistic approach, one that nurtures the spirit, respects creation, and seeks to repair the deep divides we face. We are deeply encouraged by the United Church of Canada's leadership and commitment to this shared vision. As we move forward in partnership, we look with hope towards a future where together we can mend the world and bring God's peace, justice, and love to all. May this General Council be filled with wisdom, courage, and the Spirit's guidance as we walk this path together. In faith and solidarity, the United Church of Canada Partner Council. Thank you very much, Moderator.
Thank you very much, Horacio, and also to Annie and Kangwa and the other members of the Partners Council who may not be with us today. I will turn the meeting over to the General Secretary to proceed with our procedural motion.
Moderator, GS22, which is a procedural motion for this meeting of the General Council, sets out the bounds of the council. It identifies the members of the business table and the facilitation team. It identifies the members of the equity support team, the minutes secretary, and it also identifies the business before this council. The agenda was circulated, and so this procedural motion invites the council to adopt the agenda that was circulated. It sets out the process for new business, and it identifies the business procedures for this meeting. And as well, it identifies the process in which to remove an item from the consent agenda. Moderator, without discussion then, the procedural motion is ready for a vote.
So the procedural motion is ready for a vote. And so we will put up the poll. I noticed some folks have used the green and, pardon? Okay, I'll listen a second. I've noted that some people have used the green and red react buttons for voting previously. And I want to remind you that we're using the poll system when we come to vote. So the procedural motion is moved by the General Secretary, and may I have a seconder? Samuel. Merci, Samuel. All right, so without discussion then, may we please vote on the procedural motion? All right, the motion is carried.
Moderator, GS23 is the consent agenda for this meeting. And I would remind folks of the process that was part of the procedural motion and how an item may be removed from the consent agenda. The consent agenda invites us to approve the minutes of the last annual meeting of this 44th General Council that was held in October of 2023. It invites the council to receive a number of reports, reports from the General Secretary, the Moderator, the Executive, the Strategic Plan Update, Anti-Racism Action Plan, the Reconciliation Report. There are a number of reports that are part of the package that the consent agenda invites us to receive and to accept. The consent agenda also invites us to approve a number of items. The Audit Committee's recommendation, AUD 03, affirming the existing assessment funding rate and principles for 2025, GS24, and NOM 4, which contains a recommendation for the appointment of a member to the General Council. There's a new proposal, and so the consent agenda invites the council to receive the proposal new 05. Moderator, this is the consent agenda before the council.
Sure. Thank you, General Secretary. Does any member, General Secretary, did you receive any advance notice?
I've not received any advance notice.
All right. Does any member wish to move an item from the consent agenda to be considered at this meeting, the 2024 meeting of the 44th General Council? If there is such a request, Teresa. You can turn on your microphone and I recognize. Thanks.
Thank you. I would request that new 05 be removed from the consent docket and placed on the floor. Or however I'm supposed to say that.
Is it?
So it's been received in the consent docket?
Is it still on the agenda for later though?
Yeah.
Okay, just to clarify, first, when you're recognized to speak, can you please say your name and your regional council and if you're a corresponding member or commissioner? So Teresa, you can introduce yourself again, sorry.
No problem. I'm Dr. Teresa Burnett Cole, commissioner and member of the GCE.
Thank you. So just to clarify, Teresa, it's just noting in the consent agenda that we have received the proposal. The proposal is on the agenda for later this afternoon.
Thank you.
So yeah, it does not need to be removed from the consent agenda. It's just noted in the consent agenda we've received it. Is there any other desire to remove anything from the consent agenda? And I will give a little bit more time for folks to use their react buttons and also to respond to the polls. So it may feel uncomfortably quiet for just a moment when I'm waiting for a response. All right. Super. So, mover and seconder, General Secretary, will you move?
So, Moderator, I move the consent agenda.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder for the consent agenda? Oliver Dingwell. Thank you. Great. So without discussion, then the consent agenda is ready for a vote. And again, we will use the poll. Just to be clear, it is the voting commissioners to general counsel who vote responding to the poll. If you are a corresponding member, as noted in the consent agenda, then you do not respond to the poll. Put the poll up. So the last couple of polls, I've been waiting about 18 or 20 seconds, and I think I will leave it for 40 seconds, just to ensure everybody has a chance to vote. Maybe 45. 40 seconds. All right, that motion is carried. All right, the next thing on our agenda, the next item on our agenda is time with our elder. And I'm happy to welcome our elder Evelyn Day to join us for a moment of reflection.
Good morning, everyone. On this end, it's morning, and on your end, it's probably evening, afternoon, whatever, but lots of blessings. It is a great honor to be here to represent all of the nations spiritually. We come forward to open with prayer with this. I have my medicines, I have my bundle, I have my candle here. I have it all with me, for we walk in a very spiritual way with all. Creator, Mother Earth, Great Spirit and Great Mystery, and our friend Jesus' story. Again, we come into the circle of your love and wisdom, and we left this circle up to you. So to be blessed. We are talking about two churches, the Indigenous Church, the Native spirituality, the strength. For years it was there. You're honoring it to bring it back because you promised that. And we think of the church, the United Church. There is a spiritual culture differences here. We need to iron that out. We ask that you come and bless us with our truth, with our honesty, with our strength and courage. So we spiritually walk in the strength of the spiritual world, not in political gain. We left this up to you. We ask that you bless each and every one of us so that your love, your spirit shine through us. That is the only way we're going to be able to have that bridge, that spiritual bridge between the two churches. Keep it strong. It is your promise for all. Medu, I, Machwich. Amen. It is the greatest honor to have, to be strong in who you are as an Indigenous spiritual person. I want you all to learn, please. There is a difference how you walk with your spirituality in the church. We walk differently. Every nation here has their way of walking with the 7 sacred teachings. But what binds us is the 7 sacred teachings. We do not get hooked up on how that nation traditionally do it because the people taught me that nation does it and they will carry it different, but they still do it and you learn how to walk with them because that is spiritual. Not to cause any genocide, not to cause that I try to capture them. That is not how we work. We work in action of freedom, but we also have a spiritual, strong, don't do this anymore because you're hurting the people and the land. There is a big difference here, people. We have a circle here. We have our grandmother here. We have the elders here that needs to speak later on in this afternoon. I walk with them because they worked hard for this. The church cannot tell us what to do. We are a church. We follow our 7 sacred teachings. And we also know the story of our friend Jesus. He has never discriminated or take over and ashamed or try to shame me in any way of my native spirituality. He wants me to have it back because the people that took it from us was not following his spirit. We must realize that. And I cry from my heart to yours to see us as spiritual and to see us as a church. How we run it. It is different from yours. But we can bridge and walk together. That is what we have in our hearts, and that's what we want. That spiritual bridge is very strong. It never falls apart. But we come on there as wolf in sheep's clothing. It will not grow. It will not grow. That is what I'm standing up to. So know where my heart is to yours. I thank you for listening. My heart to yours.
Thank you, Elder Evelyn, always for speaking from your heart to ours. We have gathered many times in many configurations virtually during this 44th General Council, and we're going to spend the next 15 minutes in some table group time. Table time can be a time for discussion of an issue, but also is a time for us to connect as members of the General Council, and also to tie into the theme of General Council 44, which is, who do you say that I am? Taken from our scripture this morning. Given the context of where you are in ministry and community of faith, we ask you, who is the Jesus that you need showing up for you today? Who do you say that I am? That is the question, and how is that question showing up in your context? So as we move into table groups, we invite you to introduce yourself, give your name, your pronouns, your community of faith, regional council, and to spend some time discussing the theme of this General Council, who do you say that I am? Who is that Jesus, and how do they show up for you, or do you need them to show up for you now? So we'll have 15 minutes for table time and we'll move into groups of 6. And because we are a large gathering, it may take may take about a minute to get us all sorted into groups. And just a reminder to please accept the invitation to join. So when there's a pop-up window that says Tyler Lodge is inviting you to join room, whatever, please click join.
Hello. Hello. Would I be put in a room?
Welcome back, everybody. So the next piece of business on our agenda is on GS25 enacting remit 1. And so I will turn the meeting over to the General Secretary.
Moderator, in 2022 at the triennial meeting of this 44th General Council, the Council authorized a remit, Category 3 remit, inviting all pastoral charges and regional councils to vote on the idea or the proposal to establish an autonomous Indigenous church within the United Church of Canada. That remit process took place over between late 22, starting late 22, but in 2023 through 2024, a year-long process. The vote, the information, the educational resources went out to the pastoral charges and to regional councils. And a majority of pastoral charges and regional councils voted in favor of the remit proposal to establish an autonomous Indigenous church within the United Church of Canada. It's the responsibility of this body then to enact the remit that has been passed. The enactment of the remit allows for the changes to be made in the basis of union, so that when the next publication of the manual, the basis of union will read the changes as consequences of the remit being passed. And so, moderator, I would put before the council the request to enact the remit 1 to allow the changes to be made to the basis of union, allowing for the establishment of an autonomous Indigenous church within the United Church of Canada.
So thank you. We'll post the wording of the proposal on the screen. So the proposal before us is that the 44th General Council at its 2024 annual meeting enact the following remit authorized by the 44th General Council 2022, which has been approved by the National Indigenous Council as well as majority of regional councils and pastoral charges. Remit number 1, the establishment of an autonomous national Indigenous organization within the United Church of Canada. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the motion, please? Arliss Skibut and Caitlin Ostrander. Sorry, I had to look for your full last name.
Robert Hayes, second.
I think I already recognized Caitlin Ostrander. Thank you, Robert. Any discussions on the motion? If you could raise your virtual hand, and just a reminder, if you're on the phone, to raise your hand, you press *9. Mary Jo Tracy, and then Laura Hutchinson. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I don't have anything.
All right. Do we have an order of speakers? Or... All right, I see several hands. No, I'm coughing. Can I just call in order that I see them on the screen? Okay, Edna Baker-Graf.
To unmute yourself.
My apologies. I thought we were doing a vote. I'm apologizing for having raised my hand. I thought we were voting.
Thank you, Edna. Does everybody who currently has their hand raised wish to speak to the motion? You could just nod because I can see you. So I see Florence and then Tammy.
Je suis désolée, c'était pour voter. Ce n'était pas pour parler. It was to vote, not to say something.
Okay. All right. Tammy, do you wish to speak to the proposal?
Yes, please, moderator. Thank you very much,
Okay.
Reverend Tammy Spires, Conseil Régional Noggenhaga Regional Council. First off, church, settler, indigenous, congratulations. This has been a long time coming, but most definitely been a long time needed. General Secretary, you had mentioned the term consequence when you were speaking with what's going to happen when you know when this becomes enacted and the wording gets put into the new manual. I struggle with the word consequences. I'm sorry, because to me, consequences has a bad connotation in my settler mind. I don't see this as having any consequences when it goes into the manual. I see this as a blessing for the church. And so if we could please just be cognizant of some of our terminology we use, recognizing that different ears hear different words in different ways. Thank you so much.
So Tammy, thanks for that. I'm not sure I use the word consequence.
But it's a good reminder.
It's a reminder, but
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. Seeing no other hands raised to speak to the proposal, can we have it up one more time, please, Shirley? Oh, Heather, did you wish to speak to the motion? Okay, Heather Sandy Litz, sorry.
Yeah, you were right both times. Heather Sandilands, Prairie du Pine Regional Council. Thank you for this opportunity. My question is whether or not this motion is going to affect the one that we're going to be debating later on. And perhaps that's my ignorance in understanding the role of the National Indigenous Council.
Yeah.
Could you speak to how those two are interactive?
So this motion has no necessarily impact on the debate afterwards. The remit was to change the basis of union. If you remember, the request was to remove the obstacles, and so the remit was about removing those obstacles. This motion is about enshrining or putting into the basis of union what the remit intended to. And so the conversation this afternoon is a different conversation. They're not related.
Thanks, Heather, for that question of clarification. And General Secretary for answering it. Seeing no other hands raised, we'll put the proposal back up for one more second. So this is the proposal before us. It's been moved by Arliss and seconded by Caitlin. And so I'll ask staff to put up the poll. Please do not raise your hand to vote. Please do not use the reaction buttons to vote. Please vote if you are a commissioner by clicking agree on the poll or disagree if you disagree. And if you are voting by phone, please use *9 to vote. And if you are voting against the proposal, then please do not do anything on the phone. And we will take 45 seconds once the poll is up to vote. We can pull it down now, Shirley. I'll be closing the poll in 10 seconds. All right, the poll is closed and the motion is carried. And maybe let's just take a moment to say congratulations, church, indeed, Tammy, as you said, for a huge piece of work. We know we have not always been able to complete the work of affirming or defeating remits. And it was a big push, especially a huge thank you to our regional council executive ministers and regional staff who did a lot of outreach to communities of faith to make sure that as many communities of faith as possible participated in the remit. So thank you to everybody for the affirmation of this part of our work and changing our basis of union. Next on our agenda is authorizing remit 2, and I will turn the meeting back to the General Secretary.
Thank you, moderator. We at last year when this body met, it authorized the General Secretary to work with regions to allow for retired DLMs to be members of regional councils. As we were in conversation with the regional councils, we recognized that the items in the basis of union needed to change, and that there was a conflict in some ways between the basis of union and the bylaws in the manual and the practice that has been going on in regions in a way of enabling them to reach the balance that they need for their regional councils. And so as we wanted to engage in allowing for the possibility that regions can provide the opportunities for retired DLMs to be members of regional councils, that we needed to change the basis of union or expand it to allow for that. And so this proposal is a request to make some changes in the basis of union. And because it is not denominational shaping, it would be a level 2 remit rather than a level 3 remit. And a level 2 remit is a remit for the regional councils to engage and not pay pastoral charges. So item in 6.2.3, yeah. These are the suggested changes to the basis of union section around regional councils, membership in the regional councils. And so we're asking this council to authorize these changes, to allow for these changes, and in order to do that, to authorize a level, category 2 remit to test the church around making these changes to the basis of union.
Thank you, General Secretary. So the proposal before us can have a mover and a seconder. Carrie Wellander and Olaf Kitchen. Thank you both. Any discussion or questions? Olaf with a V.
With a V.
Olaf with a V. If you would like to have discussion, I invite you to raise your hands. We are not voting at this time. Allison, I'm sorry, I don't believe that you are a corresponding member to this court. So I see Catherine Yamashita and Stephen Loden. Catherine.
Good morning from Lethbridge, Alberta. I'm Kathy Yamashita. a lay member of the Southern Alberta Japanese United Church, and a commissioner. I just wanted to clarify again that we're talking about the people who have served communities of faith as designated lay ministers. If this motion pertains to them, then we are now just calling them regular lay members. Is that correct?
We have elected not to pursue ordination.
And they're retired. Yeah. So, Kathy, yeah, but if they have elected, so if you remember, the motion we made last year was that DLMs could discern whether they wanted to move to ordination, and a number of the retired folks who are not in appointment, that may not have been a possibility for them. So that is the reality.
So this is to allow them to be included if their community of faith recommends them. Is that it?
This is to allow retired DLMs, particularly, to become members of the regional council.
Yeah. Okay. I think I understood it correctly. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Stephen Loudon, or Loden, sorry.
You were correct the first time. Steve Loudon, Horseshoe Falls Regional Council lay commissioner from Colborne Village United in Simcoe, Ontario. I'm an accountant, so my question is somewhat mathematical. The limitation on the number of members who could be elected by the regional council, and I believe this is not limited to retired designated lay ministers, but could be other individuals who, for some reason, are not members elected by their community of faith. We have a bit of a difficulty here in that the number of members elected by communities of faith can vary widely. As in my experience, many communities of faith do not elect any regional council members or do not use their entire entitlement based on population. So we may have a difficulty in determining how many individuals could actually be elected by regional council, and in some cases the 10% may be fewer than the number that they would wish to elect. Thank you.
This is you're correct, Steve. Yeah. I mean, I think partly, as you pointed out, the regional councils are all different in terms of their process, in terms of their membership. But we wanted to allow the possibilities. So I think in some ways, it's more kind of general than specific, right? The 10%. So unless you have an alternative suggestion to make.
I would suggest perhaps that in order to expand the number, it should be based on the number of members that communities of faith in that region are entitled to elect, not on the number, because that tends to be more fixed based on population and membership, rather than the number that they choose to elect from year to year. And that would tend to give us a slightly broader possibility for electing members by the regional council. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. We'll take that under advisement.
Super. Thank you, Stephen. I'll recognize Samuel and then Murray.
Thank you, moderator. Samuel Grottenberg, commissioner from Chinook Winds Regional Council, but now serving in Pacific Mountain. My question / suggestion, kind of following up on the last comment, would just be asking, I guess, for clarification, why we could not leave 6.2.4 as it is to reflect diversity and add a fifth subpoint, just explicitly saying that regional councils may add those who retired as designated lay ministers to the membership of the regional council to avoid the numbers question altogether, and kind of lift up the retired DLMs in particular.
Thanks, Stephen. Samuel, I think the thinking was there, a regional council may have a swath of diversity that it wants to engage in, and this is just to kind of keep it broad rather than specific to retired DLMs, but to give breadth. So that was the thinking as a manual committee wrestled with the issue I brought to them.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize Tammy and then Sharon and then Murray. Thanks, Murray, for your patience.
Thank you. I just want to offer a quick clarification in the response to Kathy Yamashida's question around the response was around the DLMs having the option to discern into ordination, but also into diaconal ministry, and that piece was missed. And I just want to make sure the church remembers that we have 2 orders. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. We are
Thanks, Tammy.
reminded of that. Sharon and then Murray. Sharon, your microphone is still off.
Sorry about that. Sharon Lonis from Yarmouth, Nova Scotia, recently retired. I think I've completely misunderstood this entire process, because my understanding was that retired ministry personnel, ordained or diaconal, are automatically considered members of the regional council because our membership is held there as ministry personnel. I thought that the change was to make that same statement for DLMs, which is when they retire, they would still be retained on the roll of the region where they served. So I guess I have completely misunderstood what's happening here.
So this gives them regional membership that has a lay person.
Well, is Jennifer Jansen Wall, are you online?
Yes, I'm here.
Would you mind responding?
Yes, of course. So when DLMs retire, they are lay people, but in the past, before restructuring, they were able to retain membership in presbytery upon discerning with presbytery, and many would like to remain members of the regional council, and so this would allow for that to happen, but it doesn't happen automatically in the same way that it does for ordained and diaconal ministers, as you so rightly said. And as has been said, this would also allow regional councils to expand diversity within their membership for lay members in particular.
To answer your question, Sharon. And thank you to the Reverend Dr. Jennifer Jansen Ball, who's our Executive Minister for Theological Leadership.
Theology and ministry leadership, but close enough.
Theology and ministry leadership. Thank you. Murray Spear, thank you for your patience.
Thanks, moderator. Murray Spear from
Chinook Winds General Council. I'm wondering at the moment why the 10% number was included, and if a number is necessary. First, if a number is necessary, and second, why that number is.
We are. So
No, just give us 1 second, Murray. It is so that we can replicate as best as possible the 10 members that were in presbytery, but to also allow that the majority of members would be from community of faith. So it's trying to bring some of the way that we recognize that in presbyteries into the regional councils.
So I suppose it isn't realistic that a regional council would want to include all retired DLMs who are within their bounds, that it would surpass the number and that we would be creating problems in that way. I don't know the demographics, but it's something that occurs to me as a potential hang up in the future.
Thanks, Maria. That's a helpful observation.
And just to be clear, this proposal is to authorize the remit, and so that would come up as part of discussion with the regional councils during the remit process, or?
But they can't alter the wording of the remit.
But they can't alter the wording of the remit.
So let's test.
The connotation
Yeah.
of this. Additional all DLMs, or DLMs will be captured.
Okay, give us 1 second, Marie.
That's where it's going.
All right. Give me 1 more second.
Do a wait for it.
Okay, Marie, that's been a helpful comment, and we'll have a way forward, but I also want to recognize Kathy and then Shirley, and then I'll turn it back to the General Secretary.
I'm Kathy Hamilton, Conseil Régional at Naganhaga Regional Council. I'm wondering if these people would need to be elected annually by the Regional Council. When I retire as an ordained minister, I'm just a member. Would this require annual administrative task to have these people be part of the Regional Council?
Another good question. Kathy and staff are looking for a response, so I'm going to recognize Shirley, and then we'll respond to your question as well.
Yeah.
My only observation is that I think the 10% is a reasonable number from the perspective of trying to honor our commitment to some balance between lay and ordered. So if there was no limit on that percentage, we could get quite out of whack, having taken out the lay and ordered basis before. And sorry, I didn't introduce myself. Shirley Clave from Fundy St. Lawrence Downing Water Commissioner.
Thank you, Shirley. So General Secretary just needs 1 more minute. Yeah. General Secretary.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you, moderator. I'm appreciative of some of the questions and perspective that has been raised. And at this point in time, I will suggest that we would withdraw this proposal for some further work to be done on it in light of some of the questions that have been raised that was not necessarily part of all the conversations that had to get to this point, and that we will bring it back at a later meeting.
Thank you, General Secretary. So do I have to ask for the mover and seconder to withdraw the motion? Technically?
Well, people could refer to the executive, the motion could be to refer to the executive.
But there's already mover and a seconder for the
On the
proposal.
motion. Yeah.
Oh, a motion to refer, or trump a motion on the floor.
Okay, so the General Secretary is proposing that we refer to General Counsel Executive to resolve the very good discussion that we have just had and the important points raised by members who spoke. Jane, are you wishing to speak, or are you moving to refer?
Moving to refer.
Thank you, Jane. And can I have a seconder, Murray? All right, so moved by Jane McDonald and seconded by Murray Spear. So just give staff a minute to change the poll to be, the motion is to refer GCE 09 authorizing remit 2 to the General Counsel Executive. And as soon as that is ready, they will put the poll up, and if you are a voting commissioner, you can use the poll to vote on the motion to refer. All right, so I'll have 45 seconds for voting, and a reminder, if you are voting by phone, please use *9 if you agree, and don't do anything if you disagree. I have about 8 seconds left. All right, the poll will be closed and the motion to refer to GCE has been carried. All right. Thank you, everybody. Proof that many eyes are sometimes even better than all of the preparation eyes that go into our work. So I'll turn the General Secretary to introduce Then Let Us Sing.
One of the projects that has been engaged with the authority of the executive is a new hymn resource for the church that is being done with ecumenical partners called Then Let Us Sing. Over the last, I think, 3 or 4 years, a team of volunteers from across the church has been working on this project. And some of you have experienced some samplers and some workshops of some of the music in that new resource. And we wanted to provide you as a council the opportunity to hear a little bit more and experience it. And so I'm going to invite Lydia Smith, who is a program coordinator for worship and spirituality here in the General Counsel office, who has been one of the staff leads on the project, to share with you about Then Let Us Sing. Lydia.
Thanks so much, Michael. It's a real privilege and honor to be here. I'm grateful for this time to talk a little bit about Then Let Us Sing. I see from the folks here that there are some of you here who have been a part of this project. As Michael said, Then Let Us Sing is an exciting partnership with ecumenical partners. There are some other things to note about this new hymnal. This new hymnal is going to be an all digital format. We are working towards the church, resourcing the church, not only now, but into the 21st century. So eventually all of our hymns are going to be in a digital format. So we're putting these hymns to you now in a digital format. It's going to include most of the hymns from Voices United, More Voices, and Noa Voix Unie. We also have approximately 150 new hymns coming in this first wave. Then Let Us Sing is a dynamic resource, so it will be changing and growing with us as we learn and grow. There is going to be a hard copy supplement available, and that will be available in time for our 100th celebration. We were hoping to launch that in June of 2025. And we have a historical thing in that this hymnal is in partnership with both GIA publications and Hope Publishing House. Hope Publishing House is kind of the bedrock of Methodist hymnody, and they are excellent at engraving and creating singable hymn resources. So Hope is doing the engraving for us, and we've worked very extensively with Hope in creating a style guide for our music that will work with us for years to come. And GIA, as we know, is the owner of One License. We've heard time and time again from communities of faith who are wrestling with how to do copyright well and how to manage reporting and who to report to who and where and how, and to make sure that we are paying musicians accordingly and rightly. So in partnering with One License, we're able to help with those negotiation processes, and we're able to provide you with music where if you are accessing it on the Then Let Us Sing platform, you have permission to use it. It's that simple. The Then Let Us Sing committee is huge. And one of the other things that's really unique about Then Let Us Sing and different from other hymnal projects is that it is volunteer driven. We have at least over 30 people on our development committee. We have 3 very active subcommittees, and we have many other people we've been working with. This is just a sample of one of our meetings. This is the Education, Justice, and Ethos Committee, and some folks from Material Curations. Of these over 30 people that have worked together for over 5 years to bring us Then Let Us Sing, it's amazing that we've only met in person a handful of times, and the entire committee has never met all together, and that most of this work happened during a pandemic. We have spent a lot of time on Zoom, which is why I'm able to unlock all these awesome Zoom powers right now. I've spent a lot of time on Zoom over the past 5 years. This is another team from the Then Let Us Sing team. This is some of the members of the ASL team. The ASL team have been working really hard to ensure that the entire church can sing together. To start that off, the ASL team looked through all of the hymns in our existing collection and picked 15 to 20 hymns that they thought would be important to translate into ASL. These were songs that weren't necessarily readily available in ASL. They weren't available by people who use sign. They were often done through interpreters. So what we did was working with, this is Phil Wilson here, but working with Reverend Phil and the team from Belleville Deaf Ministries, we translated, they translated hymns together, and people who identify as deaf were the people who sang the hymns and signed the hymns for the videos. So we're really excited to share those, and those videos are available on our ASL playlist, and I can put that playlist in the chat. It's also on the YouTube page. More videos will become available in the upcoming months. We also have 5 videos available in LSQ, which is Quebecois, the sign language of Quebecois. That's another picture of us filming. And these videos will be available for congregations to use as we attempt to sing together into the centennial and for years to come. They'll also be available on the website, so you can access them now and use them. And you just report it the same way you report any other song that you sing in a community of faith. So some information about the songs within Then Let Us Sing. These new hymns and songs that we have selected, we did it quite intentionally with quite a lot of discernment and prayer. We wanted to pick hymns and songs that sing from the growing edges of the church, those spots that we need to learn from and we need to hear more. We wanted songs and hymns that were worshipful, accessible, and very, very singable. We wanted hymns that supplemented our current canon. So what were the holes in our current canon? What were the songs that we were missing? What were the songs that people were telling us we really need more around? We need more songs that speak to mental health from a place of experience. We need more songs that speak to death and dying. We need more songs around life transitions. We also wanted to look for songs that diversified our collection. We wanted to make sure that our collection helped us become who we want to be as a diverse church, as an intercultural church. We wanted to make sure that we prioritized groups that have been historically excluded from our hymnal collections. In this new collection, we also wanted songs that prioritized music from under-resourced communities. The ASL community is one such community, and there are many other communities that do not have the same amount of resources, We wanted to include historically excluded voices and inspire fresh language for God, for our holy task. When I say fresh language, I also mean inclusive language, I mean expansive language, I mean language that sparks our imagination for what is possible and what we could possibly be together as the people of God. I mentioned the ASL interpretation, and I'm not going to play you the video, but I will put the link in the chat. Some of the other changes you're going to see in the collection is, for instance, this piece here. We got this piece from Knox United. There's a Nepali-speaking Bhutanese community at Knox United in Winnipeg, and they sing this hymn, and we've included it. Of course, it's a familiar hymn to many people. I have decided to follow Jesus. What we have done in this collection is every hymn, when possible, is always put in the language of origin first. So I didn't know that I've decided to follow Jesus as Nepali. It is. So it appears in Nepali, well, in Assam here first in the resource. The same is true for all hymns. Now Thank We All Are God, in this new resource, will first appear as Nundankatalagat, because that is the language of origin. We also have put the language of origin in the way that a person of that language would speak it. So often what we've done in the past is put the phonetic first. So here you'd have like the phonetic Nepali, but to a Nepali speaker, that is not helpful. So we have always put the original language in how a speaker of that language would sing it first. This might be hard for some folks because our hymn books and our hymn tradition tends to assume an English speaking and English reader person reading it or singing it. So the music always prioritizes that, and we have prioritized and we have decided not to do that. So there may be some learning edges with it, but I'm excited. We have lots of educational resources and lots of ways to help people learn and navigate this new way of being. We're also on the road. So we've been doing this work within the United Church of Canada, but please know that this work that the amazing team of Then Let Us Sing has been working on is also known across the church. We've had several presentations at the Hymn Society We're working with the United Church of Christ in deep partnership, and there are people across Turtle Island, and we hope around the world. We're really hoping to reach into Australia soon and into the UK, who we know will benefit from this resource and who we know we can sing with in a new way. So we really are expanding our reach, and we really are working in partnership, particularly with the Anglican Church in Canada, as I said, with the United Church of Christ, and we are building relationships with disciples as well, all of our full communion partners. Really, I can't express enough that the work of this committee is rooted in a deep, deep understanding of our United Church ethos, and a deep dream and longing for helping us be the church we want to be, of helping us grow as faithful disciples. We believe that Then Let Us Sing is an investment in not just the worshiping and singing life of the church, but an investment in the people of God, the whole people of God. We are grateful for God's loving action, and we can't keep from singing. And we know that singing is transformational. One of the catchphrases that the Education and Justice and Ethos Committee came up with about 4 years ago that we have all really hung on to is congregational song as an antidote to fear. We realized that when we started this work, there is a lot of stories and narratives out there around the church in scarcity, the church in decline. Granted, we realized that there was more fear than maybe we would think of now, because we were also in the middle of a pandemic. Like, it was scary, but there was this understanding of the church in decline and who will we be together. And we believed, every one of us on the committee, that animating and singing faithfully could be an antidote to the fear, to the narrative of scarcity, to the narrative of decline. That faithful singing and animating these amazing songs that we have been curating is one of the ways that we can enliven each other, embolden each other to be the people of God, to be disciples, giving us language and words and spirit for the work that we are called to do, giving us language to express our laments and to name and articulate our hopes in a way that is hopefully contagious and will spread. Everything within Then Let Us Sing will be compatible with gatheringworship.ca. I know you have lots of questions about gatheringworship.ca, and trust me, we are working our hardest. We're doing our best. And we have Susan and Tammy Jo, our editors for Gathering Worship, are currently working with songs from Then Let Us Sing to categorize them so that you can search within Then Let Us Sing by over 300 taxonomies, more so, to help you find the songs that you're looking for, and also to diversify the songs that you're looking for. So when you go and look for a song of adoration, it's not just going to be holy, holy, holy anymore. You're going to get Jaya Ho, you're going to get Salamat Salayo, you're going to get some amazing pieces to help us sing new songs in new ways. We have some resources available for folks. We have brochures, we have flyers. We are working on teams of people who are just excited and ready to share this resource with you. We're working on a toolkit for hymn sing. So if you want to have a hymn sing in your community of faith, we got you. If you have some questions and you want someone to come and do like a brief presentation, we got you. We're really working on training and building up an amazing team of ambassadors. I gotta say, I see some people on this call that I recognize from the sampler group, and thank you so much already for the feedback and the information and the trust and the faith to sing these new songs with us. Thank you for trying those out. And if you do want to try out more songs or to reach out to us, please, please, please feel free to. The easiest way to get in touch with us is, well, you can always email me, or you can email me and my colleagues are too at worship@united-church.ca. I'm Lydia, so I'm A Smith at United. I'm Lydia Smith, so you can email me at asmith@united-church.ca. You can also join our newsletter, and our newsletter will send you information as it becomes available. It'll send you news updates. You can check us out on Facebook. Paul Sales is always on our Facebook page, and he's really willing and able to answer questions. You can also contribute. We have been really grateful to receive a grant from the Calvin Institute, which has helped us do some of the educational resources around Then Let Us Sing. But we are also and always grateful for any forms of contribution to this work. As I said, we are primarily volunteer driven, and it is amazing what faithful, committed, dedicated church folk can do when we are together and when we have a song in our hearts to sing. So please feel free to be in touch and to get to know us in different ways. And please, 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 as General Council ambassadors and as leaders of this church, please pray for us and pray for the work that we're doing. Pray for copyright negotiations. It's hard, y'all. It's not an easy thing, negotiating copyrights. Please pray for this work and please help us to celebrate the church together and to sing into the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lydia, and I hope you get a chance to go back through the chat and see the praise that has come up. Maybe it's been popping up on your screen. We have time for one or two questions if anybody has them. We are conscious of time, and so I will limit it to, not to comments of appreciation, but just if you have a question of clarification for Lydia. I see Nicole.
Bonjour, Nicole.
Nicole Baudry du Conseil régional de l'Ontario, l'Est Ontario et l'Outaouais. Bravo, ça va être une ressource extraordinaire qui va rendre les choses faciles pour tout le monde de chanter dans toutes les langues du pays, presque. Mais je remarque, peut-être qu'il est trop tard pour un commentaire comme ça, mais comme dans la chanson que tu as présentée, I have decided to follow Jesus. Il y a des paroles en français?
Oui.
Et non, c'est parce que je ne les ai pas vues.
Sorry,
there are words. Oui, there are words in French to I have decided to follow Jesus.
Yes, they will be included as well. So what we've done, where possible, we had a guiding principles for language where we always tried as much as possible for any hymn that we have to have it in French and English when we've had the French and English and the language of origin. So in most hymns where we have like Amazing Grace, for instance, we have lots and lots of versions of that. But what will happen is it'll be English, French, and then subsequent languages. So we've taken all the hymns from NVU that we have the French for and put them in to More Voices and Voices United with the hopes that communities who aren't who are more bilingual will be able to sing in French a little bit easier, like who might not have had access to NVU but would like to sing more in French. So we have put those together. There are a few hymns in the collection that are solely in French, and we did that intentionally. We have pieces that are solely in English, so we feel like it's fair to have pieces that are solely in French, and we have a couple pieces that are solely in Spanish.
Alors enfin, on va chanter en français d'un bout à l'autre du pays.
Oui, oui, enfin. Merci, Nicole.
Merci.
I see only Jingle's hand, and so that will be the last question for Lydia, and then we'll move on with the agenda. Jingle.
Hey, Jingle.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Lydia, for the presentation. I love music. I've been singing hymns since childhood, and I listened and learned by heart the song, I have decided to follow Jesus. That's why I reached this far. I'm serving the Lord with gladness, right? I'm 52 years old now, and I am thinking, what is the transition now that we are in this century? Do we have the songs of the contemporary that the youngsters will appreciate? Because that is what is happening in our community of faith. That's why we're able to reach out to the youth, to the youngsters. Songs like Sissy Winans, this Mercy Me, this Phil Wickham, and all this music, Chris Tillman. And so I just wonder what and where are these songs coming from that would help benefit our youngsters and the adults too.
For
Thank
sure.
you.
Thanks, Jingle. We definitely were trying to do that fine balance of old and new, right? And what's old to some might be new to others. We did have a team that was working specifically on CCLI, so that's kind of Christian contemporary music, which often has the more kind of CC Winans, the Integrity, Bethel, like those kind of more praise and worship songs is how we usually term it. So we had a group that went through the top 100 and some of those CCLI pieces to see which of those pieces would align with our United Church theology and ethos in a way that congregations would feel comfortable singing it, even if it was new to them. So we do have a few pieces in there that I'm excited. Like we have Waymaker in there, which is an awesome piece, but it's also a piece from a which is not common in CCLI top 100s. So we tried to go to all the popular spots and see with our United Church framework and to see what would fit. We also got some suggestions, I should say, when we sent out the sampler survey. We asked communities for what their heart songs were, and some of those heart songs came back, and we were able to look at those songs and be like, oh yeah, that's great, we should use that.
And follow-up question, I'm just curious about the title of the hymn book, Then Let Us Sing. Why is Then Let Us Sing? And that's it.
It could possibly be because the committee was tired and we had talked about it for 6 months and we were like, we just need to pick something and it will grow on us. But so that could possibly be part of it. But another part of it was the Then Let Us Sing came from is it Pratt Green? From the hymn When in Our Music God is Glorified. And we were thinking of something that speaks to glorifying God, but something that speaks to the church at various stages of being. So there are so many different opportunities within our liturgical life where we would say, then let us sing. At the graveside, then let us sing. At the wedding, then let us sing. At the baptism, then let us sing. In the protest, then let us sing. So that's really how that came to be. We were thinking of the invitation to sing at every stage of our faith journey. And also we were tired.
Thank you very much, Lydia.
Thank you so much, Lydia, and to Nicole and Jingle for your great questions. I'm sure that answered questions others didn't even know they had. As we move on back into a business portion of the agenda, I invite you to just take a moment and stretch in your seats, wiggle your toes, wiggle your feet, maybe kick your feet up from your chair a little bit, twist in your chair, do a little stretch just to keep us moving as well as singing. We don't have time for an actual break, and we are coming close to our lunch break in the coming hour. And so I will turn the agenda back to the General Secretary to take up GC10, authorizing action on principle-based approach to Palestine, Israel. General Secretary.
Thank you, moderator. Just to outline a little bit of a process in terms of where we are. In 2022, at the triennial meeting, the General Council received a number of proposals. One proposal was from the task group that was established to help us think about the fact that we had been living with a policy-based approach to our justice work, and the recognition that the policy-based approach limited our capacity to respond as circumstances and situations changed. And part of the proposal related particularly to our engagement with Palestine and Israel. The task group had suggested that we move to a principle-based approach to our justice work, in particular, and including our justice work around Palestine and Israel. In addition to that proposal, there was a proposal from the General Counsel executive, which suggested that we work on developing principles and then to use the principles as a way of engaging our work. In addition, there were a number of proposals that came from regional councils, specifically to deal with the church's engagement with Palestine and Israel. The General Council meeting in 2022 authorized that we develop some principles to guide and govern the justice work, and principles that we could therefore apply to our engagement, our advocacy work around Palestine and Israel. In 2023, TICIF, who was assigned to do this work, came to the General Council with a number of principles to guide and govern its work, the work. This body approved those principles in principle and authorized that we would use the principles over the year, and to see where that would get us. And the agreement was that at the General Council 45, any refinement of the principles as they're being used would be brought to General Council 45, the triennial meeting, for final approval by this council. As we have been engaging with the principles, we recognize that that engagement in some ways took us to a place where we needed to clarify the understanding of this council with regards to the use of the principles. And so one of the tension points that we experienced was, as we were in this transitional place of moving from a policy-based approach to our justice work to a principle-based approach to our justice work, did the principles, in fact, do we understand the principles, in fact, that in some ways superseded a policy base or created far more opportunities for us to move? At the same time, this council said that there were a couple of pieces that it wanted to deal with, and so it postponed definitely a number of proposals. As we have been engaging in the work of using the principles, we are realizing that we need to come back to you as a body for some clarity. And so GCE 10 is a way to enable us to get to some of that clarity. And so we want to invite you as a council to consider the proposal that is in GC 10. Before I do that, I'm going to ask my colleague Jennifer Johnson Ball if there's any other framing that she would like to offer on behalf of Ticketh before we begin to deal with GC 10.
Thank you, General Secretary. I realize that a number of commissioners were able to attend the learning sessions where my colleague Ariel and I offered presentation, and Ariel spoke in particular about three of the main framing or big concepts for the principles that the Theology Interchurch Interfaith Committee had brought to this body last year. And so just want to remind the Council again that the key framing kind of concepts for the principles and for the use of the principles are around decolonization, truth-telling, and prophetic and costly solidarity. And that Ariel had offered in our learning sessions that when we think of truth-telling in particular, it's starting with the voice of those who are suffering, and that needs to be our starting point. And he invited us all through the use of the principles to hold that in mind. The other thing that I think I'll just lift up again for the Council is that the 7 principles that are named are interdependent and interconnected, and so each informs and influences the other. And so we, in applying the principles, we draw on all of them, but Ariel and Ticketh had offered the 3 kind of organizing concepts for us to keep in mind as we're thinking about the use of the principles. Maybe I'll just run through the ethical framework that we used again for those who weren't able to either be at the learning sessions or watch the videos, but it's a process of engaging in ethical discernment and decision making that was developed by Roger Hutchinson. And we start with storytelling, our own experiences, our own emotions as we encounter an issue that's before us, and we hear the stories and experiences of others. And as we do that, that helps us to define the problem, which of course affects how we then figure out how we might respond to the problem. We move into factual clarification. So what are the kind of verifiable facts that people are drawing on as they're thinking about a particular issue? And then we move into thinking about the ethical clarification, and here is where our principles come in. They also come into the next stage that I'll talk a little bit about. But it helps us to hear one another, I think, as we understand that sometimes we approach an ethical issue out of a sense of duty or obligation, what's the right thing for us to do, and sometimes we approach an ethical issue out of a sense of what's the end that we're trying to achieve, and there's obviously a spectrum in between those, and we can come at an ethical issue from various perspectives on that. But so just to help us as we're listening to one another, also understand that that's part of what is part of our conversation, how we tend to approach ethical decisions. And then the final stage is what's been called post-ethical clarification, but this is really where worldviews that come out through our storytelling and throughout the rest of the stages, but where we start to explicitly articulate those and where our religious motivations and convictions come in. And so I think the principles also fit in this stage because they articulate for us as a united church, the church that we want to be in the world, the church that we believe God is calling us to be and longs for us to be in the world. And thank you, Taylor, for posting in the chat. My apologies for using an acronym. TICF is the Theology Interchurch Interfaith Committee.
Thank you, Jennifer. Before we move to the proposal in front of us, are there any clarifying questions either for the General Secretary or for Jennifer Jensen-Ball on behalf of the Theology Interchurch Interfaith Committee? Oh, friends, that is the beautiful work of learning sessions in action right there. Okay, so I will ask the team to project the proposal. Right, so the proposal that is before us is GCE 10, authorizing action on principle-based approach to Palestine and Israel. That the General Council might A, affirm that the application of the principles allows for the adoption of the strategies of boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement, and the ability to respond positively to the request of New 04 to join the apartheid-free communities movement, joining the consensus of the international human rights community in recognizing and rejecting Israel's apartheid system of laws and legal procedures towards the Palestinian people, and refers proposals GCE 04, CS 01, SW 09, FSL 01, PM 02, RC 1501, SW 02, Peace in Palestine and Israel, to the General Secretary as part of the process to guide the church's response. And B, direct the General Secretary to continue to report to the Executive of General Council on the advocacy work related to Palestine and Israel and how the principles were applied, and to provide any learnings to the Theology Interchurch Interfaith Committee of the General Council. May I have a mover and a seconder? I see Peter Haddow and Samuel. Thank you. All right, you may lower your hands. And is there any discussion about the proposal? And reminder that if you are on the phone and you are a corresponding member or a commissioner, you may press *9 to raise your hand if you would like to speak to the proposal. Yeah, we can take it down for now. Okay.
Ken McAvoy, Shining Waters. The motion isn't quite as bold as I might have hoped, and I guess my question would be the wording when it says that that these questions will be referred to GCE, or that these steps will be allowed to take place. Can we anticipate when we will finally call out what needs to be called out?
Maybe we'll take Beth's question or comment, and then the General Secretary and staff can respond to both. Yeah. Thank you, Ken.
It seems to me that this gives a large amount of discretion to the General Secretary as to the ministry or the response. Is that correct?
Thank you, Beth. So I'll let the General Secretary respond both to Beth and to Ken's questions.
So Beth, I'll probably start with yours in the sense that the General Secretary is a kind of senior staff lead, and that the work of the General Council, the work of the staff is assigned to the General Secretary. What this does is, so if you've read the kind of report that's out of which this proposal comes, as we have been engaging using the principles, we recognize that the principles lead us much further than where we are at in terms of the policies that we have in place. And so what this does is allow the staff, represented by the General Secretary, to be able to engage as far as these principles allow us, and not being constrained by the policies. So I think that's part of this. We can engage using the principles, and the principles will move us in certain directions. To Ken's question, I think the reality is that this with the General Council says yes, the principle-based approach gives us the flexibility and a wide range of ability to respond to a number of things. Then, as we are engaging with the work of advocacy, then it gives us a freedom to be able to do that. And we do that recognizing that that with all the kind of nuances and complexities of dealing with the challenges before this, but it allows us to kind of probably move in a more bolder way than we are now, because we haven't been certain that you understand the freedom or the flexibility that the principle gives us that our policies don't give us at the moment.
Thank you to Ken and to Beth. I see Kevin Cox.
This may be a dumb question, but I hear a lot of debate about how we're defining apartheid. Can somebody define that for me?
So, so Kevin, we've been going on the definition, the kind of international definition of apartheid in terms of laws and practices that has consequences for the people who are impacted. And in some of the documentation you have, there's a definition of it, but let me invite my colleague Jennifer Jensen-Ball again to help offer support.
Hey, Jennifer Jensen-Ball.
Yeah, thanks. And I see that my colleague Wendy has also, sorry, let me just give me a second. So we've been using, and in the proposals from the regional councils as well, the definition of apartheid that has been agreed upon by international legal and human rights organizations. So it's considered an institutionalized regime of oppression and domination by one racial group over another. A serious human rights violation which is prohibited in public international law. So it constitutes an entire system of laws, policies, and practices that are targeted against a particular group of people by another particular group of people on a racialized basis.
Thank you, Jennifer. I'm going to recognize Arliss.
Thank you, moderator. Can you hear me? Yes, yes. I just wanted to go back to the General Secretary's last part of the sentence that he gave before he addressed Kevin. He said, and I can be corrected here, that the principles give you more latitude to respond than you have now. Is that correct? Can you give, I would like you to give a comment then regarding the next proposal, but maybe you can give us an example of what that would look like on a hypothetical, just a hypothetical example. Yeah.
So Arliss, just to go back a little bit in terms of history, this process started because we have some policies in place. We had some policies in place, particularly around Palestine and Israel, that from 2012. And previously we had agreed to. Those, so for instance, on the, and we've gotten it, I think, a bit of a challenge on BDS. We opted our policies that we talk about economic action, not boycott, divestment, and sanction, which is a tool, right? It's a strategy in some ways. And so we have not been able to support or sign on with folks who are clearly supportive and articulative of the use of BDS strategy. What this will enable us to do is to say our understanding of the application of the principles allow us to engage using strategies that are part of the BDS movement. And so we are probably more able to sign on with organizations that are asking us to support a particular activity in terms of a letter to the Prime Minister or some kind of action. This allows us, because previously our policy, right? And so in some ways the policy limited us, it could not respond quickly. And as you know, the situation in Palestine and Israel particularly is so dynamic, it shifts. And so this gives us an ability to be able to move with the shifts, as opposed to have to come back every time there's a shift. And we're always late to the game because our policies have been very clear and limited. So I think it just gives us that flexibility.
Thank you.
Thank you, Arliss and General Secretary Keith Simmons.
Thank you, Moderator Carmen. I'm Keith Simmons. I'm from Pacific Mountain Region, and I'm a commissioner to this General Council. So when I read this, what it seems to me is what we're trying to put in front of commissioners in the church is the realm of the possible. That what the principles allow us to do is to take us specifically into this area. So that's the potential that we could enter into, and to do that with our eyes wide open, that we all know this, this is the area we're stepping into. And because some of us are really engaged in procedure and past policy, it's specifically stating that this overrides anything we have in the past. And if we're doing a principles-based approach, which is, I think, kind of a decolonized way of approaching things, it's setting us up with our community values, and we're reminded of those values by our elders when we sit in consultation and think about our actions. These are steps we can take. So I get that. I understand that, but I want to go back a bit to what Ken was raising earlier, and that these are suggestive and not directive. So are we dealing with like new 04 on the floor so that becomes more directive, or are we're going to wait until some organization that we're in partnership with proposes we do something like this and then we get on board with them? I'm not clear on when we might actually take these steps. It's been over a year, and the government of Israel appears to think that, Lebanon is now part of wider Israel. So what are we going to do to try and help be part of the response in the world around what's happening there specifically?
Thank you, Keith. General Secretary.
So I think one of the things that's helpful for us to remember is that in some ways the how is always contextual, I think, in the sense that we have the tools to be able to then determine how to respond. So in some ways, I can't tell you that tomorrow morning we're going to go down the street, with waving a flag. But as we work with the principles, as issues come up, I think we now have the latitude to be able to say, given our understanding of the principles and as we work through that ethical framework that Jennifer has offered to us, we can respond. And so in some ways, I think we have to be careful with being too specific about the how. And that the how is contextual, is flexible, rather than determined. I think if we start to say, this is the way we have to respond to it, we're moving back into a policy-based approach, right? And which is part of the challenges, so that this gives us the flexibility. We work with the principles and the context and the situations they arrive, and we respond accordingly. So in some ways, what this does, probably repeating myself, is give us a little bit more tools in our toolboxes, and then we can keep going. Jennifer, I don't know if you want to add anything or.
Just to add that, I mean, there's a process that we go through in terms of applying the principles, and we're learning out of that, and some of that is reflected in the report, the interim report that goes with this proposal, and that that staff act in as timely a manner as possible when requests come to us.
Do you have a follow-up question, Keith? Okay,
Yeah,
I'll take that, and then Kathy.
Sure, thank you. It just occurred to me that, like, I'm getting used to this new structure, kind of, and so if we adopt something like this nationally, I assume that we can pick that up locally, that a congregation could then take this policy and these principles and sit down and decide what its own actions might be out of this, that this kind of frees us all up to act where we are, our regions, congregations, faith communities. Okay, good. I'm good with that. Thank you.
You got it.
Thanks, Keith. All right, Kathy Hamilton.
Conseil Régional Nagan-Hagan Regional Council. Maybe I just heard the answer to the question. My question is, who's the we? We're talking about we will use these principles and we will react. So who's the we that does that in this situation?
So I think it's all of us, right? I mean, one of the challenge before us is that when it comes to any justice issue, folks lose their voice about engagement because they think the we is those of us in 3250. And so in some ways, there's this notion that if 3250 hasn't said anything, the church hasn't spoken. And I know we're in this kind of space where that was the thing, right? Only the moderator can speak on behalf of the church. But what this does, I think, to Keith's point, is that we have these principles now, if we approve them, and we'd hope that communities of faith, groups within the church, would wrestle with the principles and the issues that they're facing and respond, that it's the people of the United Church that are engaging in the work of justice in the world. And so I think it's all of us to wrestle and work with and use. And but in terms of the formal work of 3250 General Council Office, it gives us the breadth to be able to respond kind of nationally. So I think the we is both national and local.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy, does that answer your question? Okay. I see Carrie Waylander's hand, and then I think that will be the last speaker that I recognize. We've had ample time for folks to raise their hands. Carrie.
I guess this is a request. If this is meant to give individual communities of faith the ability to, I don't know, make statements. I don't know if it sounds like that's what you're saying. Then it seems to me that there needs to be something sent out to communities of faith so that they understand. Like we had the opportunity to go to the learning sessions, but how are we going to get communities of faith? How are we going to give them the chance to understand what a principle-based approach might be?
Good question, and I'll turn it over to my colleague from Theology into Church Interfaith.
Thank you, General Secretary, and thank you, Carrie. It's a very good question, and one that came up in the learning sessions as well. So a couple of things about that. One is that the presentation, the text, and the PowerPoint are available on ChurchX, so people are free to use those in their communities of faith, particularly you as commissioners, to go back to your regional councils and communities of faith to share that. I realize as well that the original proposal with the principles in it's available on the Commons, which is a challenge to direct people to. And so with other colleagues, we will be working on figuring out where to put it on the website so that that's readily available. And I'm sure we can also add in the presentation there. And the video recording, I don't think we're ready yet, but we can also create a shorter video out of the learning session so that those are available. The real learning and conversation is in trying to apply the principles, and so that will be dependent on each community of faith with something that comes before it or regional council. And I think I'd said in one of the learning sessions, I'm always delighted when people want to talk ethics, so I can also be available for questions, responses, etc. I'll drop my email in the chat.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Okay, seeing I had recognized Carrie would be the last speaker to this proposal, so I'll ask the team to put it up again just briefly.
We had neglected the referral of new 04, so we have.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna ask in just a second, the team is going to put it up. And ask you to consider a friendly amendment. There was an omission. New 04, join in the apartheid-free communities movement, was supposed to be included in this proposal. And so we have added that in. Can you scroll down so I can see the mover and seconder? So Peter and Samuel, are you okay with the friendly amendment to the proposal that you have already moved and seconded? Could you just raise your hand, the two of you raise your hands if you're okay with that? Or unmute yourselves and, okay, Peter is okay. Samuel, are you okay with this friendly amendment? It was our intention to include it in the original text.
No, it says we can, but like, this is to refer proposal to me.
It was sort of implied, as it's already mentioned earlier in the text of point A, but this is actually also including it in the referral to the General Secretary for action. Samuel, is it okay to amend this proposal? He's still here?
He's gonna wait teachers.
Okay. Just to be 100% clear, we're just gonna give Samuel a chance. Samuel, I think you had to leave or were had a Zoom complication for a moment. We just realized as we closed discussion on this proposal that we needed to explicitly include new 04 in the proposals being referred to the General Secretary as part of section A. And so I had asked you and Peter as mover and seconder if you were okay with the friendly amendment. So if you are, can you raise your hand? And in the meantime, I'll recognize Keith for raising point of order.
I guess my point of order is it had that been in the motion that like it wasn't clear. And so I thought that perhaps new 04 was coming up later in the agenda, and had it been in the original motion, there would perhaps have been an opportunity to comment on whether or not that was something that sat well. That's my point of order. I'm not really going to argue that it changes the intent of the motion, I think, but I think it could have been handled a little bit differently. That's all.
Yeah, and our apologies that was, I think an amendment we recognized needed to go out before, and it got missed in the busyness of getting all the documents up. As you know, we were coming up on crunch time to finalize everything, and so our apologies for that. Samuel, are you okay with this friendly amendment to add new 04 explicitly into the proposals that get referred to the general secretary as part of this proposal that you have seconded? Okay, merci beaucoup.
Oui, je suis d'accord.
Okay. Thank you. So seeing no other hands raised and no other points of order, I'm going to ask the team to Peter was the mover, and I'd asked him to raise his hand. Yeah. So I will ask the team to put up the poll, and you will have 45 seconds to vote. And a reminder, if you are on the phone and you are a voting commissioner, please use *9 if you agree with the proposal, and take no action if you disagree with the proposal. And all other commissioners who are voting electronically, please respond to the poll. So 10 seconds. Okay, the poll is closing, and the motion for GCE 10 has passed, has carried. And I've asked Reverend Graham Brownmiller, our chair of worship, to just offer a word of prayer for us. This has been the culmination of many, many, many years of struggle and discernment, and lots of hard things for both our partners in the region and especially what's happening now. And for those of us who've struggled with the justice issues around the conflict in Israel-Palestine for many, many, many years. And so Graham, thanks for saying a word of prayer for us.
Let us pray. Holy God of all time, of all place, we are humbled to be in this place, in this time, knowing that you are part of the conversations, part of the work as we engage around the world, particularly in this land that we call holy. Bless each person that has been part of these conversations, those who have remained, those who have left, those who are still part of the conversation and the struggle. And we know that you are present in it all. We give thanks for the staff and the elected members that have done so much work, so much struggle to get to this point. And we find ourselves in this moment full of gratitude and knowing that it is not the end, but it is another step in the work to help bring peace in this place. For all that we are, for all that we have, we give you thanks. Amen.
Amen. A special thanks to our church and mission unit, to Jennifer Jansen Ball, and to the Theology Interchurch Interfaith Committee of the General Council for just the tremendous amount of work that you've done to move us in a place, not only with this particular proposal, but with all of our justice work, so that we can be more nimble and responsive to the world as it changes so quickly around us. Thanks, Graham. Friends, we are about 8 minutes from our break time. We still do have some substantive work to do this afternoon, and I will take that 8 minutes and leave it as a grace window in the afternoon period. So I'm going to call us back 30 minutes from now. We are going to break for a nourishment break or a movement break or attend to other business break, but we will join back together on Zoom at 2:20 p.m. Eastern time. So 2:22 Eastern time, we will join back. And please be back on time so that we can continue with our agenda. Thank you so much to all.
I can't bear the
Friends were just starting to gather back and allow people back into the room as well. Also, that was the fabulous Tyler Lodge you just saw the cameo of, who's our newest team member in the Office of the Moderator and General Secretary.
That's what I would call you too.
I have to address the chat.
Hmm?
I have to address the chat.
What?
Chat.
All right, friends. So for the next half hour of our agenda, what we have is questions and answers regarding the reports, and those are the reports that are included in the consent motion. So the General Secretary report, the GCE report, the Audit Committee report, the Strat Plan update, Theology Interchurch Interfaith Committee report, Anti-Racism Plan update, Reconciliation report, National Indigenous Council update, interim work on principles-based approach to justice, and also this update from the United Property Resource Corporation, UPRC, and they've prepared a video for us, which is about 4 minutes long. It is available in English and in French. We will be playing the English version. So I'll ask the team to get ready to share that with us.
Places where community can gather for worship, to socialize, to meet, and to create unite us, and are vital to our collective well-being. Communities of faith help to strengthen neighborhoods by providing space not only for church activities, but for a wide range of groups where neighbors connect and grow together. Ensuring these properties continue to be available for future generations is essential for our common good.
In 2013, the United Church of Canada conducted a church-wide survey in which 30% of the respondents identified property-related concerns. These range from financial strain and deferred maintenance to the challenges of development deals. To respond to the growing needs for professional property advice, the United Church of Canada established UPRC to help communities of faith navigate the complexities of property stewardship, preserve their vital community spaces long into the future.
UPRC works with communities of faith on property-related solutions that suit their congregations. No matter the location, small town or big city, communities of faith all across Canada are struggling to maintain their church properties. We help find a solution that's right for your congregation.
I work with the congregations directly when they are inquiring about potential income streams or legacy projects, and I make the connection between the congregation and UPRC for advice.
To date, UPRC has worked with over 270 communities of faith to address their needs and build a bright future for their church property. Over the last year, 50 communities of faith and regional councils have benefited from UPRC's technical advice, referrals, advice on revenue generation, as well as support to increase community engagement.
UPRC can help. We work with congregations to increase community engagement, usage, and revenue through rentals, or establishing an anchor tenant. We can also find solutions to reduce operating costs. UPRC will provide the tools to raise awareness of what your church has to offer the community and suggest effective ways to run the building.
Working collaboratively, the UPRC team will draw on experts in finance, real estate, leasing, development, property management, and community engagement to identify unique opportunities for the site that ensures its long-term viability and contribution to the common good. Once you've connected with the UPRC team, we will meet with you to learn about the story of your church's property. We will then work with you to develop a plan tailored to the unique features of your church and the neighborhood it serves, creating a clear and feasible path forward.
The opportunities for community partners, I think, are really, really vital. And in the case of this set of congregations, they're seeing a new vitality of who they are. We're going to have more success stories to celebrate and to really live into deep spirituality, bold discipleship, and daring justice.
We needed visionaries on the United Church side, UPRC and finance, to believe in what we could do and then want to pitch in and help make it happen. So it was great.
Churches are faithful stewards of property for stewardship and community impact. Together, we are called to unlock the potential of these sites for generations to come. We encourage you to take the first step. Contact us today to find out how UPRC can help fuel our renewed and vital mission in your community.
Thank you to Tyler and to UPRC. Tyler for projecting the video and UPRC for the production of the video. And I will turn it over to the General Secretary to respond to any questions you might have about the reports that were in the consent agenda, which are the reports I just listed before we watched the video.
So moderator, thank you. And what I'd like to do is invite the authors of the various report to be online with me. And you can ask questions either from my report, the executive committee's report. So I think Kit's online. The racial justice report, the strat plan, Jennifer Henry, the theology to church interfaith report, Jennifer Benson Ball. So is it possible to spotlight all of us and then we can take questions about any of those reports?
Now, as we're pulling up the staff leads on those reports, if anybody has a question about any report that was in the consent agenda, you can raise your hand. And I will just point out my report was not in the consent agenda. And we will have time with me later. And so if anything relates to the moderator's report, now is not the time to discuss that. You get me all to yourself later.
Glory, ransom. You can respond to any question around the time.
So just to recap, on your screens, you have Jennifer Jansen Ball, Executive Minister for Theology and Ministry Leadership, Jennifer Henry, Executive Minister for Organizational Development and Strategy, Adele Halliday, Anti-Racism and Equity Lead, Kit Lowen, Chair of Governance, Lori Ransom, Acting Co-Executive Minister for Indigenous Ministries and Justice, and Harry Lee, Executive Officer for Finance and Administration. They are here in service of answering any questions you may have about their reports.
Also, moderator, folks have comments. It doesn't necessarily have to be questions. Questions or comments about any of the reports. We're happy to respond to that.
Oh, and we are joined by Sarah Stratton, who is one of our reconciliation animator and had the author of the reconciliation update. And actually, Sarah, one of the questions that came up in a learning session that I didn't, or some meeting I was in, where I didn't actually have the opportunity to answer was, there seemed to be a perception, at least in the Askers region, that work on bringing the children home had stalled. And I wonder if you want to just talk, like a lot of the work that you do with Springwater and the General Secretary, and that is a little bit behind the scenes. So I wondered, before we go to Tabitha, if you just wanted to make a quick statement on that. And then I recognize Tabitha.
Sure, thanks, moderator. Yeah, it is very sort of quiet work because it is community driven. We put out there this program of archival and financial support for communities who are doing the work of honoring the children who were taken from their communities to residential institutions, and we wait for the community to respond. So it is, and it's relational. So this moderator and the previous moderator and the general secretary have been in conversation with about 7 or 8 communities. We have funded 3 projects so far, one of which is nearing completion, and we are waiting to receive the formal request for a 4th. And then a really, really quiet part of the work is the work of the archives. Laura Hallman, who's the archives manager, is doing tremendous work in terms of preparing electronic document packages relating to residential institutions to the communities who request them. It's a very open process, and they're consistently updating those documents as well and making them available. We actually did, Laura and I had a really successful interview with the Toronto Star around National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, which was around the importance of providing access to records to the people who are reflected in those records. And that's really, I think, one of the most important parts of the Bringing the Children Home project is that sharing of intellectual property, which is often the only record of some people's lives. And so we have a real duty to share that. So we're gonna try and roll up a bit of a report. We have internal reports on this, but we'll try and roll up something that answers that question a little more clearly. And just to say, the other thing that we do in that work is liaise with the special interlocutor on unmarked burial sites, and they will be releasing a new paper at the end of this month on an Indigenous framework for reparation, and I'll be attending that gathering, and we anticipate bringing some stuff back to the church for education and action around that within the TRC work and the reparations work. So thanks for the opportunity to say that.
Thanks, Sarah. Tabitha McLaughlin Carey.
You got it. Hello. Thank you so much for this opportunity. What I want to say to Jennifer Jansen Ball, if I've got that right. I am a commissioner going forward, and right now I'm working on a research project, and it's about churches and how they use their space and rent it and work with other faith groups and so many other things that are layered, that I wondered about your material on making decisions based on, a strategic plan like that you laid out, and whether or not to be able to get a copy of that. So when I, kind of work through the qualitative research, that I can see, what steps might be able to be implemented or that had been already implemented. It affects, quite a few of you, my topic, but, churches are trying to find ways to not only be hospitable, but also to financially make their ends meet. But can we do that ethically? So I just, if there's any information or resources that you think would be helpful, I really appreciate that.
I think there's a few things. I mean, the ethical framework is, I think, has been helpful for going through in a bit of a process, a kind of guided process to touch on the various factors that might be at play in those kinds of decisions. What's not articulated explicitly there, although the principles that we have are based on our equity commitments that we've made as a church as well. So, in the ethical clarification stage 3, you could also bring those in as you're trying to make those kinds of decisions. There's a very short book that Hutchinson wrote. It was actually about a pipeline debate in the 70s in northern Canada, and so I would suggest that that's a good resource to read too. It's accessible, and because it's a very concrete example that he's writing about, that sometimes also helps to put a bit more flesh on the framework itself. So that's another resource. I will go find the title. I think it's on my bookshelf here, and I can put that in the chat for everybody or on ChurchX after, so everyone has access.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry for taking up this time, but I much appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Tabitha. I think part of your question referenced the strat plan. So Jennifer Henry, do you have anything to add?
Yes. I think the notion of making good decisions about the use of property and engagement with the broader community is as the UPRC presentation, on the mind of many, many communities. And so it's part of the conversation that folks are having with growth animators for sure. And it may not be the only piece of their conversation, but it certainly is a part of that. So, you can feel free to reach out to growth animator in your region who might be able to help engage in that conversation. So that's one resource. Also under the broader rubric of the common good, which is one of our objectives. And here we're talking about essentially trying to live a common good as the church. So equitably, sustainably across the church. There are about to be new resources added to ChurchX around property kind of concerns. This would be sort of the self-serve at the very initial point of property. Those are going to be up in November. And they'll be able to be a resource. That's a kind of smaller or kind of earlier time when you might want to reach out to UPRC for kind of one-to-one, but these would be initial resources. So I think those might be helpful to you as well. And you can be in touch with me and I can put you in direct contact with that. I'll put my email in the chat.
Thank you very much.
Thanks to Jennifer and Jennifer. Kevin Cox, I see your hand raised.
Sarah, I guess you're the person to direct this to. I've been having issues in our community here in Nova Scotia surrounding that issue of, sorry, I get my video here. So that issue of unmarked graves, and people are saying, you didn't find any. Why is your church so involved in this? Why are you so engaged in this? there doesn't seem to be any real evidence to support this, and I don't have an answer. So I thought I'm gonna get somebody today to answer that. If you could, I'd really appreciate it.
Well,
Thanks, Kevin.
Sorry.
Go ahead. I just said thanks, Kevin.
Sorry, I get so anxious to speak that I jump ahead. Thank you, moderator, and Kevin, for the question. So I think the short answer is that we believe survivors who have told us these stories, and who have told us these stories for years and years and years, often in very difficult detail that causes them harm to tell us these stories. And so we believe the people who witness these things, and we believe the people who tell us about what happened to them. That's the most direct answer I can give you. And there is physical evidence. They may not have concretely identified graves in some sites, but there is concrete evidence that there's something going on the ground, and that needs to be investigated. It's crime needs to be investigated. So that would be the answer, Kevin, that I would give. Thank you for asking. And just to say, that kind of denialism is a form of hate speech, and we need to address it. And there is some private members' legislation coming forward. It can't come forward in this Parliament any further than it is, but it will be coming forward if the person gets reelected in the next election, that specifically addresses anti-Indigenous hate speech. And I think that needs to be something that we get behind as a church when it becomes viable.
I would just add, as someone who attended a couple of the national gatherings on unmarked burials, that I learned a lot about some of the legal challenges or legal obstacles to going further than the ground penetrating radar steps. Sometimes the former property of residential schools have been sold to fee simple land transactions, and then the generally farmers or sometimes corporations that own the land won't actually allow for any further exploration or exhumation of the bodies. And then there are also various cultural perspectives on whether or not the bodies should be exhumed if there are bodies there, and if so, how and when, and how to care for the spirits of those children. And so I think out of all of the Indigenous leadership, the church leadership that are participating in this work, and then the Office of the Special Interlocutor, there are everybody's acting with an abundance of caution. And we live in a world that is really deeply addicted to instant gratification. And so because it was such a huge, the potential has been so huge. I think that a lot of folks who struggle with the reality and maybe not being in a place where they can believe survivors think that there's no proof, but there's so much care that's required legally and spiritually to proceed with the work. And that I love that our church honors that and follows the direction of the caretaker communities and the communities of the children who are missing.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. All right, Keith.
Hi, Keith Simmons, Commissioner from Pacific Mountain Region. I just had a couple of things that occurred to me as I was reading through the reports, and particularly our strat plan. And I'm just wondering about a terminology that we use to identify success. It seems to me to revolve around how many new faith communities we might get started as a result of the process. Like that's the metric, and yet we live in the context of a culture where we're often challenged to think of things in terms of how much growth has happened and whether or not growth defines whether or not we're successful as a culture. And so it seemed a little bit problematic, and also coming out of a church experience where we will often talk about ministry with others, maybe say with youth, in terms of helping people feel more grounded and more a sense of belonging and being beloved in their lives, as opposed to trying to get the youth back into the pews so we can be bigger on Sunday morning. So I just kind of reflected on that. I'm not sure, like, how do you talk about what we're doing and how we're doing it, and who's been reached, and report out on that. I mean, there has to be some way to report out on that, but perhaps maybe less in terms of the cultural responses around us, successfully seeded new congregations, and more perhaps in terms of who we've been in contact with, and how we've been able to respond to people's call to be nurtured in some way or other in their communities. It's a thought about being a bit countercultural, maybe a little less colonized around that language. I'm not sure what you do with it, but it's occurred to me, and I know I've run across that in conversation with others, so I thought I would raise it here.
Thanks, Keith. Jennifer Henry.
Yeah, thank you, Keith. I appreciate that comment. So we're really trying to use metrics across all of the areas of the strategic plan, and not just quantitative ones, but qualitative. So some of the things you're talking about are qualitative, right? They are, can we talk about the result being maybe a deepened relationship, or increased awareness, or these are difficult. And we're actually in a bit of a learning curve, I think, collectively, around how best to measure those results. But we are attentive to that. So in some ways, there's some things that are easier when we can count things. That's only part of the story. So in every area, you'll notice in the report even that you have, there's both a place where we try to say, are we making progress on results in these areas? And we try to capture that. But then there's a narrative part to the report. And then there's also, you'll notice in this most recent one, some stories about what it felt like when a community of faith was able to engage with Polytechnic in Red Deer, and what that felt like in terms of a sense of renewal in that community. So I do think we're trying to express in many different ways what the change is that is as the results of our efforts and the efforts of others, because it's always collaboration. And we're also trying to strengthen our capacity to do that in a good way, because that's really difficult to speak about change qualitatively and to try to capture that. So we're trying to develop our skills there as well.
Thank you, Keith, for the question, and Jennifer Henry for the answer. Kathy Hamilton, I saw your hand, but you lowered it. Did your question get answered? So I see no other hands raised, and I'm gonna turn it over to the General Secretary before I say something.
Thank you, moderator. I just want to, again, just publicly express my deep appreciation for staff colleagues and for the work they do. I have, in my role as General Secretary, I front the work, but these are the folks who make the work happen. And so I want to publicly acknowledge these folks, among others, who have contributed significantly to the work of the General Counsel Office as we seek to live into the call, to be deep, bold, and daring, and who are enabling us to dream new dreams and experience new visions. So on behalf of you as the General Counsel, I want to express my appreciation to these staff colleagues for their ministry among us. Moderator.
He said what I was gonna say. And also, so I echo the General Secretary's thanks to staff and to the Governance Committee for the deep work that goes on between meeting to meeting, and for the writing of the reports, and also to you as commissioners and corresponding members who take the time to read the reports and engage with them, because not every piece of our work requires a decision, but we have done a lot of discernment about trying to still attend to that which is most important and is the highest and best use of our resources in terms of people and our mission and service dollars and our assessment dollars. And so thank you to everyone for taking the time to read the reports as well, even if you didn't have a comment or a question for us today. So thank you. All right. So next on the agenda, I'm going to ask Alan Buckingham, who you may remember serves as chair of the Business Committee for General Council 44. We mentioned earlier this morning we had received a new proposal, new 05. And I alluded to the fact that we had spent time in discernment as a business committee over the past couple of days. And so I'll ask Alan to introduce, the proposal has been put on SharePoint, but Alan will introduce our response to the proposal. Thank you, Alan.
Merci, modératrice. Je reconnais qu'on ne parlait pas beaucoup de français pendant les affaires aujourd'hui, alors peut-être je devrais le faire aujourd'hui pour ma réponse, mais j'ai écrit mes notes en anglais, alors je vais le faire en anglais. Je m'excuse tout le monde, j'ai dû mieux planifier ça.
Okay.
So, well, I should and could do that in French. My notes are in English, and it's a lot easier to read from my notes than to try and translate them on the fly. Thank you, moderator. In the consent proposal, we received into this meeting New 05, which the Business Committee received notice of on Wednesday, October 16th, with a request that it be placed on the agenda for today's meeting. While the Business Committee absolutely appreciates the importance and the sensitivity of the matter at hand, we felt it important to remind the Council that the main purpose of the annual meeting is to review the financial statements and to deal with items postponed definitely or returning to the General Council from prior commitments. I would also like to remind the Council that we have also identified principles to guide our decision making, such as the importance about learning about a topic in order to be well informed about it, and the value of appropriate time for discussion. There's also the reality that online meetings are mentally exhausting, and we have committed to certain levels of breaks and how long we meet and how long we go during our online meetings. We also strive, especially during online meetings where people are still in their regular settings and are likely to have commitments for the time following a meeting schedule end, to honor people's time. It is our belief that the General Council will not be able to honor these principles if it tries to add discussion of this proposal to today's agenda. After reviewing the manual as well, it is also our understanding as the Business Committee that the issues raised in the proposal fall under the prerogative of the executive of the General Council directly, not of the General Council or the executive by way of the General Council, but actually is theirs directly. So therefore, the Business Committee recommends that New 05 be referred to the executive of the General Council with a request that the executive review and analyze the concerns raised in the proposal and report its findings to the commissioners and members of the Indigenous Church.
Thank you, Alan. So this is the proposal that the Business Committee is making in terms of how we deal with New 05 Indigenous sovereignty, that it be referred to the executive of the General Council with the request that the executive review and analyze the concerns raised in the proposal and report its findings to the commissioners and members of the Indigenous Church at or by General Council 45 in June of 2025. Is there? Yes, you can take it. Okay, so
Station for 14 music can only discuss the original deferred.
okay. All right, so we will open the floor for discussion of the proposal brought to you by the business committee. And I saw Daryl's hand raised and then I didn't say what we were doing. I don't know if you were raising it in favor or if you wanted to speak.
No, sorry, testing something. Protect.
Okay. Thanks, Daryl. Heather Sandilands.
Thank you, moderator. I'd like to know when the next general council executive meeting would be and whether or not it would be soon enough to be able to act on NEW 05.
So the next meeting of the executive is November 21st to the 23rd. And just the other thing to add to your question, Heather, is that if this is the direction you go in, we will also test with the executive whether or not we could call a special meeting of the executive to deal with this before the time. So
I recognize David Patterson.
Moderator, this is a subject that has been on the mind of a lot of people. Would it not be best that we were given a chance to read it? And then when you do have a meeting, that we could then respond to our concerns or approval? Then I have to, you just created a anticipation of wonder what's in that report. And so I think it's something that if you give us a chance to read it and digest it, when you do have a meeting, we'll have an opportunity to ask some proper questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, David. My understanding is there is no report attached. It is just a proposal. And the issues raised in the proposal, as Alan mentioned, are actually under our bylaws and manual, the work of the general council executive. There isn't additional background information that has been prepared or would be publicly shared. I will recognize Teresa, who's one of the named commissioners who submitted the proposal, and then Eileen Antone.
I'm going to be brief. My concern is if we follow through with this motion and move it to the general council executive, what happens to the voice of the Indigenous church who is really not present in that circle? And how do we make sure that their voices are heard? We talked about this day about how we start our ethical guidelines with truth telling, and that's often found in storytelling. I'm concerned that that will be the piece that will be missed in that smaller gathering. Thank you.
Thanks, Teresa. Eileen.
I was also thinking that why is it turned back to somebody else, and when it come to the general council, but and when we talk about truth telling and storytelling, and our people right now, our commissioners are here to hear what the story is about and to know what it is that needs to happen, because again, when we turn it over, I just feel that you're covering up something, and what are you covering up? So that's what I'm concerned about right now, because like I said, our people are here, and how many of our people are on this where it's going to be turned over to hear what is happening, and why was our NIC dissolved? I think that the people need to know that why it was dissolved after that remit was passed. And so it's, to me, this is not, I don't think it's appropriate that it just goes to a real small committee to deal with this situation when it's a situation that has impacted the Indigenous community across Turtle Island. And so this was my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Elder Eileen. Teresa, do you still have your hand up for a subsequent point, or is it just up from before? Okay. So also being a member of the business committee and an Indigenous minister in the church, I want to assure the other Indigenous members of this court that the intention isn't to cover up anything. There's a couple of issues, like laying aside whether or not the decision was the right one, or the performance of the general secretary. The reality is, given what was outlined in the NIC report that was in the consent motion earlier today, with the resignation of, some of the challenges around leadership of the National Indigenous Council, and then the resignation of those that were appointed as co-chairs earlier this year, and then staff support trying to pull together members of the NIC to work through the conflict that was happening, that not only was there an absence of leadership, but in fact, attempts to pull together meetings resulted in not having quorum of enough folks to be able to move forward with the decision. And although I haven't been directly involved in those conversations, my understanding is that the intent of pulling together the National Indigenous Spiritual Gathering was that the feeling was that that was the appropriate body to bring together delegates from the communities of faith to say, okay, if the NIC is not able to meet and to have quorum and to make a decision, then how can we move forward? And that should be the decision of the National Indigenous Spiritual Gathering. How and when and why that happened is, and how that landed is a different issue. But the intent was trying to act in the spirit of Remit 1, which is for the Indigenous Church to have autonomy over how it does its work, and recognizing that the NIC was not in a place where they were able to move forward with the work. And so asking the rest of the Indigenous Church to come around the NIC and to discern a way forward. And so it's not out of an intent to cover anything up. And I do have, speaking of the ethical framework that we've been using in terms of justice work, I do think we have to offer some caution and some grace to the General Secretary. It is not usually it's not appropriate, whether it's at a community of faith level or in the General Council, to discuss the performance of one staff person in a council meeting. And so when I had spoken with a commissioner about the potential of raising this issue, my thought was it was just about the function of the NIC and the decision to recall the National Indigenous Spiritual Gathering. And personally, from a governor's perspective, I'm troubled about the fact that the performance of the General Secretary has been raised, because regardless of how that gets resolved, that's now in our record of proceedings for the General Council. And the supervision of the General Secretary is directly in our polity governed by the General Council executive. And so when Alan is referring to, the issues that are raised in here are actually issues that should be undertaken by the general council executive, that's in part why. And so it's not out of an attempt to, and the last part is, I think that there are things that are happening within the Indigenous church that I think we can't actually talk about now in this space. So that goes to the point that Alan made around not everybody has the same information, and it's asking a lot of the non-Indigenous commissioners to try and make a faithful decision about a way forward when not everything that's happened and is undertaken would be appropriate to share in this space. And so it's also out of an abundance of care and respect for Indigenous people in the church around not doing any further harm. And so my hope is that that intention is being well communicated. I'll let Alan speak as another member of the business committee, and then I recognize Janet.
Thank you, Moderator. I just wanted to follow up briefly there and saying that the hope in the business committee was that the executive would be reaching out and trying to get the more information from different parties involved too, not just sticking to their own and making a decision based on, but they would have a bit of time in order to do that learning and time for discussion that we talked about as principles about how we make decisions, so that it's a body that will be given a better opportunity to do the important learning that needs to happen before discussion and decision could be made well.
Thank you, Alan. Janet Root. Janet, I think your mic didn't successfully come on. There. Oh, there you go.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to, Janet Root, I'm a commissioner. I just wanted to make comment about the letter that was received. The notice was taken as a notice, was so dismissive. Nick was being dismissed, treated as insubordinate school children. This harkens back to the days gone by. Has little changed in the relationship with the United Church and Indigenous people. Dissolving the NIC is a cause for harm. Further, it raises the issue that lines of authority may have been overstepped. And certainly the wishes of the communities of faith and the Indigenous circles have been disregarded during the process. So I question the decision that was made to dissolve NIC. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. So as I mentioned, one of the contributing factors was the NIC was not able to achieve quorum and also had no leadership. And so how the tone of the letter was received was certainly I don't think meant to be dismissive or patronizing, and was meant to uplift the National Indigenous Spiritual Gathering as the body that had the authority to discern a way forward. And the desire to pull together that body to meet to discern the way forward actually comes, as a non-planned budget item. Like, we did not plan to have a National Indigenous Spiritual Gathering in this year. And the General Secretary has made the decision that putting the resources into facilitating an in-person meeting for the Indigenous Church to move forward was the most important thing to do. And so I hear and acknowledge that that's not how it was received fully across the Indigenous Church. And I suppose my question would be back to folks who are concerned is, given the fact that the NIC was not in a place where they were functioning, what would have been the alternative?
Further to what I understand was that the plans to have the upcoming meeting towards the end of November, I had thought the election process would have been thoroughly thought out. And then two co-chairs would be installed. I didn't expect the whole NIC to be dissolved. I can see replacing leadership, the top. But I question why the whole council had to be dissolved.
Right. But if we couldn't achieve quorum, how would those leaders be elected?
Wouldn't achieve quorum. I don't have an answer for that. The absence of our executive minister, we were prepared to wait till return. We have the capability to resolve our own issues. We may take time, but sometimes time is well worth spent. And including everybody.
Thank you, Janet. Just looking to equity team for my speakers list here. We have a couple of more minutes for discussion. And so Eileen, because you've spoken already, I'm gonna call on Lori and then Evelyn and then Eileen.
Thank you, moderator. I'm concerned that in this day that we've passed a remit and have authorized the implementation of that remit for the Indigenous Church to have their own authority over themselves. I'm seriously concerned with the words that I'm hearing from our Indigenous folk, and I hope I'm not overstepping anyone. It's not mine. I'm just really concerned that we're in a bit of a quandary, as I think you feel right at this moment, about how to move forward so that there is no more harm. My concern as well is in relation to the proposal that the business committee has made is in relation to the timeline. June 2025 is the end date. I would be looking for something a little sooner than that. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thanks, Lori. I'll recognize Evelyn and then Eileen, and then I'm going to close discussion and we'll revisit the proposal. So Elder Evelyn.
I would like to speak first, but the grandmother speak first. And then I speak. Please follow the traditional ways. Carmen, please.
Okay. Eileen.
Oh, yes. I was just listening to what was being said and what you said, Carmen. But the thing is, I still feel that our NIC should not have been dissolved. The moderator should have just turned it back over to the NIC because isn't that what self-determination is? Isn't that what we do? Is we bring the domestic things back again and it's looked at. But when somebody decides that they're going to go outside of our communities, that the person outside of the community should know that it should be turned back into the NIC rather than dissolving our church, because that was very hurtful. It was really disheartening to hear that the settlers were still dissolving things for us. We're not letting us deal with the situation in a way that would be for our people, because our people are learning to do things, and that's what's important. But when it's just dissolved, that doesn't help anything, because all it did was make me just so devastated that someone could dissolve the NIC. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen. And thank you, Evelyn. I recognize your hand now.
People, hear what the elder had said. All of us, our voices here. There is a culture differences here, spiritual culture differences. The person who dissolved this and could not find a time to put this all back together did not come back and talk to me, so the three of us can walk in the church and in the indigenous church where it should be. What is happening here? I feel in my heart spiritually how it affects us. We're having another spiritual genocide crisis here towards indigenous people. This is not of my friend Jesus' spirit. That is not how he wants to walk with us, nor does he want you to walk that way with us. We do things differently in our church, in our spirituality. These women worked hard for this. One voice spiritually broke the spiritual trust that I had there because I was the one that called him. I spiritually trust him and the church. Now it's broken. It is broken. We must look at the truth and look how we are being treated like little kids. We are not. It's important all of you realize the culture, spiritual differences. When you become in that church, in all your committees and everything, you need to know and educate yourself so you know how to walk with us. That is the truth and reconciliation. That is on your part. The other person had no right to be in a position to stop the NIC when they wanted to move forward. The person that took over the poor leadership, it became worse instead of better. We are not little kids. We are spiritual people who walk in a spiritual way with our people and have our ways to deal with things. It has spiritually harmed us. You need to be accountable for that. Cannot throw it on the indigenous church. We hold enough that was thrown and happened to us when we were just children. And we're trying to put that all together, all what the churches did to us. We didn't do that to our people. And we're trying to hold it together. What I would not let happen here is another spiritual genocide towards our people and using us. Please look at how it's set up. That spiritually harm us and hurt us. We need to move forward. We wanted to. But now the trust is broken spiritually. We do not need to have another election on NIC. There's 3 people have to be removed from there because of poor leadership and spiritual. They had that person spiritually violated the NIC. And that has to stop. And they work for the church. What are we doing to our people? What is the church doing to our people? We cannot put them in that position. They work for the church, they work for the church. The people who work for the Indigenous group, because you split them. We must look at that. It's spiritually harming us. And I stand strong in my words and my courage, my strength, my truth, and honesty. The church has to own what it has done. Thanks for listening. My heart to yours.
Thank you, Evelyn. Paul, point of order. Paul Waffle, do you want to speak to your point of order? Paul, if you have a point of order, can you unmute yourself and speak to it, please?
Is Paul still in there?
I know he just.
Paul Waffle, are you there?
Mic problems. Okay, I'm going to propose, Cheryl, I see your hand. I had already called a close to the conversation, and I'm going to propose a 5-minute recess for the business committee to regroup. Okay? So we'll take 5 minutes and we'll return back at 3:30 Eastern time. And Paul, if you want to send your point of order to me on the chat, then I'll recognize it when I come back.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
I can hear you this time, Paul, but we're still in recess for 2 more minutes.
Not a problem, we're just testing my mic.
Thanks, everybody. First of all, I will recognize Paul's point of order now that his mic is working. Paul Waffle, you have the floor for a point of order.
Moderator, are you hearing me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Moderator, the matter was raised that this matter is a matter for the executive as we're dealing with, I presume, the performance of the General Secretary. If that is so, could we defer the discussions because a lot of facts are being given I have no idea about. I think that places me at a disadvantage generally. So if the matter is to go to the executive by right of the standing orders, can we just do that? I know that there's a lot of emotion involved in this, but it is unfair to the executive who has this responsibility, and to the General Secretary and yourself, was to further the discussion without doing what the manual requires of us.
Yeah. So I've asked the team to pull up the proposal because the proposal that we introduced was the referral of New 05 Indigenous sovereignty to the General Council Executive. And the conversation moved to the subject matter of New 05 instead of to this proposal. We acknowledge that there are a lot of feelings and there are a lot of unknowns, and that we're not able to, we didn't feel that the council would be prepared to discuss New 05 in detail, which is the reason why the business committee made this proposal to refer. A proposal to refer actually takes precedence over the proposal itself. And so, and we're at the order of the day, we're past the time that was set for discussing the way forward from the business committee. And so the thing for the council to do now is to decide, do you want to refer it or not? You can choose not to refer it, in which case then we will make a decision about what to do and whether or not we allot more time to discussion of New 05. So, because we're order of the day, I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder of this proposal that we refer, and then test the will of the council to vote on whether or not we refer the proposal. And then we will decide what to do after that.
Madam Moderator, Dave Patterson here. I would move the proposal.
Thanks. So moved by Dave. And can I have a seconder? Yvonne, are you raising your hand to second or to speak? But Jack Spencer, I see you as a seconder.
I was raising, oh, sorry.
Sorry about that. It's Yvonne, right? I was raising to move and or second, so either one.
Okay. All right, so let's add Yvonne as a seconder because I saw her hand first. Cheryl, your hand's been up since the last discussion. Are you wanting to speak on this motion that's now been moved and seconded, or are you wanting to have other discussion?
I just wanted to comment on the discussion, and I really appreciate the grandmothers. Oh, and the.
So can I ask you to hold that because we actually have a moved and second proposal now?
Okay, sure.
Okay,
sure.
Thank you, my sister.
Okay. No worries.
So this proposal on referral has been moved and seconded. And I'll ask the team to pull up the poll and test the will of the court about how we proceed. So a reminder to vote agree if you affirm the proposal, disagree if you are against the proposal, and if you are on the phone, *9 to vote in favor of this proposal, and no action if you vote against the proposal. You have 45 seconds once the poll comes up. So you have 10 more seconds, and apologies that the poll says new 05. It is actually the motion to refer. Okay, the poll is now closed and the motion to refer is carried. Okay, and honoring the fact that Cheryl has had her hand up for a long time and she is an Indigenous commissioner, I will allow you a point of personal privilege to say the thing you wanted to say, but we have carried the proposal to refer the matter to General Counsel Executive.
Thank you, moderator. I appreciate this. Hari Sunda, Cheryl Bearsley, Natle Weston, Benusli. My name is Cheryl Bear. I'm from Natle Weston First Nation, and I am a part of the Christian United Church in downtown Eastside, Vancouver, and a commissioner. I hear this discussion and I feel so not conflicted, but I feel like I want to suggest something, and that and also have some hope for the future. I have some hope for the all the bosses to listen to Indigenous people, and we as Indigenous people, we do things we tend to do things not by voting, but by consensus. And so it's not usually quorum, it's usually like a consensus of who is in the room. And so I really hope for the future that the gatherings of Indigenous leadership is recognized in some kind, and I feel like that's the way that it's going, and I have hope for that there will be a gathering of Indigenous leaders, that we will be able to talk some of these things through, and that we will work on a consensus basis, which is much more of an Indigenous way. And another thing that we do as Indigenous people is we tend to sit in a circle. And the reason that we sit in the circle is because nobody, if somebody's standing, then they're, the person in charge. So the reason we sit is because we're all one, we're all equal. And so that is the consensus basis. So I just wanted to offer that, and also just say thank you for all the good comments, and I appreciate it. And I really have hope for the future that the United Church is continuing, as they have done in the past, to move in a good way for Indigenous people and Indigenous leadership and Indigenous voices. So thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. So just to clarify one more time, I did it while the poll was up, but that poll was not on new 05. It was on the decision to refer. Murray, I see your hand raised. Do you have a point of order?
If that's what it takes, then yes, I do, moderator.
No, it's not. That's what it takes. So do you have a procedural point of order? Or
I have a request for the council and the table coming out of that poll.
Sorry, Murray, you have a request for this council as a result of that decision? I'm unclear what you're asking.
I want to ensure that the comments from our Indigenous commissioners form part of the background of the process at the General Council Executive. I hadn't heard that assured, and I want to ensure that happens.
Thank you, Murray. Would you like that comment requested in the minutes?
Yes,
That's
please.
probably okay. Thank you. And I will ensure. And I know that Kit Lowen, who's our chair of governance, is on this in this call as well. So we will ensure that and most of the members of General Council Executive are here. So thank you for that.
Thank you, moderator.
I'm going to turn the meeting over to the General Secretary and to Sarah Charters for as we move into the mission and service. And actually, before we do that, Graham, can you come and say a prayer for us again? I'm going to just recognize that was hard and hard for me personally as an Indigenous woman and moderator to be in a procedural place that is hard and lots of concern for everybody involved, including our General Secretary. And so I'll just ask our Chair of Worship to pray for us all again before we move on to the next item on the agenda.
Let's pray. God, you are present in conversations that are holy, that are hard, that are joyful, in all the ways that we come together to be church, in all of the conversations that help us become who we are becoming. Thank you for being present in this conversation, for folks who have spoken truth, for the opening of ears and hearts that we might hear a way forward, for our leadership in all of the ways, elected and staff, those who do so much. And so we offer to you, O God, those places of brokenness, those places of joy and coming together, the tension of life, always and forever. Thank you for being present, Holy One, Creator, all that we are. Amen.
Thank you, Graham. Okay, now next on our agenda is our mission and service moment. So I'll ask the General Secretary to introduce Sarah.
Moderator, Sarah Charters serves as the Executive Officer for Philanthropy, as part of the General Council work, and is the unit that does most of the heavy lifting around a mission and service. Sarah also serves as the president of the United Church of Canada Foundation. So she has a dual role, both which role is responsible for raising funds for the ministry that we do together. And so inviting Sarah to share an update on M&S. And I think she has a video that she'll also share. So, Sarah.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, moderator. I wanted to take a moment to express my appreciation for your participation and leadership today. It's a gift, and you deal with many things that are complicated and complex and difficult. And so thank you for those gifts and for the blessing of your presence. General Council meetings are one expression of our shared ministry and life as a church. Mission and service is another. It's our shared and tangible expression of God's love in our world. Mission and service is broad. It's here in Canada and it's around the world. We have many partners and many programs. Mission and service is deep. We have many longtime partners with immense skill, expertise, and deep faith that they share with us. Mission and service is a point of pride and gratitude for those who so generously support the work and ministry that's carried out every day. There are a number of ways to see and share the stories of that work that we do together. And the best source is on the website, united-church.ca, where you can type mission and service stories into the search bar and find all the weekly stories for this year and previous years, and they can be searched by date or topic, whatever's going to suit best. You can also get stories sent directly to you each month by subscribing to the e-newsletter God's Mission, Our Gifts. You can sign up on the website or by emailing ms@united-church.ca. Sur le site web français, il y a aussi des histoires. Vous les trouverez à la page Votre générosité importe. Nous essayons d'ajouter les histoires régulièrement. Et aussi sur les sites web, il y a les pages avec des ressources pour les cultes, pour les jours spéciaux ou n'importe quand. And as the General Secretary mentioned, I do have a video to share with you today. And it's one of the stories, and there are many of that describes how our mission and service gifts are used today and every day. And so I'm going to start playing it now.
After I graduated from Emmanuel College, I walked from Emmanuel College up to Barrie, where we had our ordination ceremonies. It was 225 kilometers. It took me 2 weeks, and it was an amazing journey of self-reflection and self-discovery. My name is Reverend Jason Myers. I'm the Minister for Congregational Care here at Metropolitan United Church. I'm a dad, I'm a husband, and I'm a pilgrim. I could no longer set off my call to ministry after our first son Isaiah was born. And in the preparation for his baptism, our minister had me write a letter to him that he would open later in his life. And in that letter, I was saying things like, Isaiah, I want you to follow what God has intended for you. And I realized that I wasn't doing that for myself. The next day, I walked to Emmanuel College to see what this whole ministry thing was about. Something that surprised me now that I've been in the ministry for about a year and a half is I've been surprised at my own capacity to love. I thought that when my kids were born, that was kind of the size that my heart would be, but I've come to love this place and these people and the vocation of ministry, and it has been expansive and beautiful, and I'm so thankful that the person of Jesus reached into my life and invited me on this journey with him. What I would say to the donors of the Mission and Service Fund is that it's worth it. The church is alive and beautiful and vibrant, and it's worth investing in, and so I would just thank them for their support.
And so, as I end my time with you today, there are three things I want to leave you with. And the first is a thank you. Thank you for all the ways you support mission and service. I want to offer an invitation to share the stories of mission and service at a variety of times in the life of your community of faith, in worship, in meetings, as devotions, in small group gatherings, and at special events. And lastly, I want to leave with you an invitation to pray for the work and ministry carried out through our dedicated and faithful partners here and around the world, and to make a gift to mission and service at united-church.ca/donate ou à église-unie.ca et choisis donner. Thank you again for your generosity with your time, your prayers, and your support. General Secretary.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Moderator, back to you.
Thank you, Sarah. And to your faithful team that puts so much hard work into communicating the witness and the ministry that happens so broadly across the church. The next item on our agenda is time with me. And normally it would be the immediate past moderator who would now take the chair. Our immediate past moderator, the very Reverend Richard Bott, is on his honeymoon this weekend and is not with us, and we celebrate that. We celebrate his marriage to Beth last weekend. And so we put out a poll to former moderators who were not staff. And I'm very grateful that the very Reverend Marion Party will now take the chair to have the time with the moderator. Thank you, Marion. I think you have to turn your mic on, Marion. And while you're doing that, I will also note that Marion is not part of the business committee on our planning, and so does not have access to the equity team supporting choosing the speakers list. So we're going to leave it to Marion's discretion to recognize hands as they are raised. So I will ask you to unmute your mic.
Okay, here
There you
we
go.
are. Now, thank you, moderator, and greetings to everyone. On the rock on which I stand, it is 5:20 p.m. So day is dying on the west coast of our province, but we really want to hear and spend some time with you, moderator. We thank you so much for your ministry among us. Some of us have had the privilege of being with you in person and as well as online. So we will hear what you have to say to us in this time with the moderator.
Yeah. Thank you, Marion. I wrote some initial reflections in my report. Of course, no report will say everything that I could say about the witness and ministry of the United Church of Canada, as I've been privileged to see it from this office over the past 2 years. And so I think I will maybe actually just leave, the commissioners have done a lot of listening today. And so if there are any questions or anything, I want to actually maximize time for conversation rather than just adding to or recapping what I've already written in my report.
Okay, so we will entertain any questions you have of our moderator, and I may need the help of governance and you, General Secretary, to identify hands up. I'm not sure that I can see them. Well, I can because I see Catherine's and Susan. So we'll go with Catherine and Susan. Catherine first and then Susan.
Hi, I'm Kathy Yamashita from Chinookwids region in Lethbridge, Alberta. I wanted to ask Reverend Carmen what she could tell us about where she sees hope in the United Church of Canada.
Sure. Well, I think I wrote about in my report but a sort of more understated part of the Flourishing Project has been participating in our strategic priority to invigorate leadership and working with a cohort of 30 ministry personnel from across the church. It's a combination of like reconnecting to call, having some time to dream and vision about the future of the church, and also learn a lot of the things we never learned in seminary, like financial literacy and how to manage our capital assets and buildings, and giving and receiving feedback, and managing people and volunteers. As the church shifts and grows, many ministry personnel are being delegated the authority to manage the staff, which hasn't always been the case. And this group, so there are folks that are varied from like 2 years of ministry experience in congregational ministry to decades. The criteria for selection for the people who applied was to be able to hold in tension the immediate circumstance of their ministry and the wider horizon of the whole church, and to sort of see across multiple horizons of the church. And as we learn and grow and discover together, that particular cohort is bringing me a huge amount of hope, not only for their own personal leadership, which I've seen grow and develop, but for the ways in which their communities of faith are also growing and developing. Likewise, my interactions with the ministry development and growth team have been very positive. We decided early on that because that team was coming on board right at the time that I was launching the Flourishing workshop that I would take to various regions across the country, was that actually the growth and ministry development team should be the ones that held the follow-up from that. And they have always co-facilitated the workshop with me. And so now that we've been doing that work for about a year, hearing from the growth animators and from the Reverend Cam Fraser, who is the director for growth and ministry development, the follow-up that is coming from some of those spaces that we've created for dreaming and exploring the idea that hope is productive and that we need to have a sense of personal agency in creating the future that we want to see in the world, and also the agency to help mitigate the future we don't want to see in the world, which is really sort of the two sides of the coin that we explore in that workshop. And so sometimes it's like the movement of a small rural community into a model of collaborative ministry that starts to feel life-giving. And sometimes it's the regeneration of an active children and youth ministry. There are so many things. And I really have a lot of hope about the rebuilding of our communications team, and that the way that we're trying to communicate about the church to the church, but about the church to the world, also gives me hope. Because we have been focusing on our challenges and our obstacles for a long time. And we keep trying to stay focused on the good news of the gospel. And I see so much energy around wanting to be a church of the good news, despite the fact that we are messy, fallible humans and do things very imperfectly, as we all just experienced this afternoon. And that all gives me hope. Thanks, Catherine.
Thanks, moderator. Going in the order of which I see your hands, Susan, and then Kathy and Samuel. So Susan, hi and welcome.
So, Carmen, having read your report, I can't believe all that you've accomplished in 2 years. And as you say, the report just skims the surface. But I want to thank you personally, but I think on behalf of a lot of us, how visible you have been across our country, and the initiatives that you've taken on to engage people, such as your books club, and working with and attending a lot of the youth events across the country. Your visibility has just been phenomenal. And I think that is kudos to who you are as a person. I also am involved in a meeting that I meet with you regularly on, and just your genuine personality and who you are is just been a blessing to this United Church of ours. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. So let's move to Kathy.
So following up on that note of thanks, I want to thank you, moderator, for the Mods Book Squad. I'm going to say that you might be the only person in the whole world who could get me to read a book on economic theory and really enjoy it and be inspired by it. So thank you so much.
Great. Thank you. Samuel.
Oui, merci. Et je vais m'exprimer en français si ça ne me dérange pas trop. Ce sera une occasion pour l'interprète en anglais d'avoir un peu de travail. Où je suis, il est à peu près 20 heures, donc je suis au Sénégal, assez loin de vous géographiquement, mais intensément avec vous. Et j'aimerais peut-être dire une ou deux choses, non pas encenser la modératrice pour tout le bien qu'elle fait, elle en fait beaucoup, 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 mais en tant qu'Africain, ce qui m'a touché tout à l'heure dans l'échange avec nos frères et sœurs autochtones, c'est qu'à un certain moment, oui, elle a pris sur elle le courage, la foi et l'amour d'exprimer quelque part sa vulnérabilité et sa fragilité en tant qu'autochtone elle-même, parce qu'autochtone, et en tant que modératrice. C'est un équilibre très difficile, mais je crois que c'est ce à quoi nous sommes appelés en tant que frères et sœurs en Christ pour former une seule et grande Église, fidèle Église qui donne la possibilité à chacune de ses composantes d'être entièrement ce qu'elle doit être. Et c'est pour cela que je prête l'attention aussi à sa visibilité. Regardez ce qui nous dirige et vous saurez que l'Église unie du Canada a changé et pas simplement de manière superficielle. Et c'est pour cela que j'ai presque fini. Je vais assurer mes frères et sœurs autochtones qu'en tant que membre de l'exécutif du Conseil général, en tant que personne d'origine africaine, je sens et je comprends tout ce qui touche à cette culture, pas seulement capitaliste, mais coloniale dans laquelle nous baignons. Il faut dire les choses comme elles sont. Il y a beaucoup de choses qui tiennent à la culture, à la spiritualité coloniale. Mais nous avons ensemble décidé d'être une église anticoloniale, de marcher ensemble. Et sur cette route vers la réconciliation, il y aura bien sûr des blessures, il y aura des erreurs, il y aura même des fautes. Mais si on a de l'espoir, et la modératrice a exprimé très clairement l'espoir qu'elle a, que moi aussi je partage, je n'ai aucun doute dans mon esprit que si nous nous écoutons avec un respect mutuel et si nous ne nous permettons pas de prendre une décision concernant l'autre sans la pleine participation de l'autre, Dieu nous aidera et nous nous en sortirons. Alors, j'ai entendu la prière, j'en avais besoin et ma manière de recevoir cette prière-là, c'est de m'engager qu'à la prochaine réunion de l'exécutif, quand ce sujet reviendra, je serai de ceux qui vont proposer qu'il y ait soit une réunion exceptionnelle, spéciale du comité, ou alors que nous fassions de sorte, en tout cas, que tout le monde soit entendu et que ce ne soit pas simplement le privilège des membres actuels du comité exécutif de prendre des décisions ou bien d'instaurer une discussion aussi longue. Voilà, j'ai été un peu long, mais j'exprime vraiment mon espoir et le courage que nous devons tous avoir pour marcher dans la main, sans nous accuser, nous montrer du doigt. Nous sommes des personnes de bonne volonté et la vérité, seule la vérité, quelle que soit sa difficulté, pourra vraiment nous libérer. Merci.
Merci, Samuel.
Thank you. Well, I don't see any other hands up. So moderator, Susan and Kathy and Samuel have expressed affirmations and blessings that all of us could echo. So I'll give you an opportunity just to respond now before I think I need to entertain a motion to receive your report.
Samuel, first of all, thank you for your heartfelt sharing about the challenges and all the ways that we fail sometimes to decolonize and to live into our commitment to be an anti-racist and decolonial and intercultural church. There's been several points over the past couple of years where it's not been easy to be Indigenous and be the moderator of the church and to uphold the thing that is the colonial structure of the church. And I see the ways in which Indigenous ways of being don't fit well within what already is. Yeah, it's hard work, and I'm grateful for your solidarity on the General Council Executive and as a leader in the church. And just deep gratitude to others for the affirmations that you sent. My children keep me humble. They're at Youth Trek in Pacific Mountain Regional Council this weekend, and Simon Lasser, who's the lead minister at West Van United, where they're meeting, went up to my daughter this morning and said, "Hey, I'm friends with your mother." And she said, "Everybody says that." So it's while my kids are reminding me I'm not that much of a big deal, it's nice to hear feedback that there are some ripples of influence, and it's nice to be in a position where I can start to reflect the church back to itself and to have had all of the amazing experiences with all of you over the last few years. So merci beaucoup.
Yes, and some of us in First Dawn Eastern Edge Regional Council will have the privilege of experiencing your ministry and leadership in November, and we look forward to that. Yeah, during some of the discussion today, partial words of a commissioning came to mind, and it says something like, the way is long, let us walk together, and the way is difficult, so let us support one another as we have done and will do. I don't think the report was among the consent motion, General Secretary, so I guess I should ask for someone to move and someone to second that the moderator's report be received and accepted.
Thanks, Marion.
Lots of movers.
Yeah, there's lots of movers. So Cheryl Bear and
can you
Rainey.
just name two, because I'm can't see them.
So I think Cheryl Bear and Daryl Rainey moved and seconded.
Okay. Oh, so thanks so much. So it's been moved and seconded that the moderator's report be received and accepted. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor?
I think Tyler's gonna pull the poll up. Yeah.
Oh, there. Thank you, Tyler. So following the moderator's timing, 45 seconds. Okay.
Follow. Yeah. Oh,
okay.
it's static on my
We're good?
Just haven't voted yet. Yeah, I think so.
So I'm assuming the motion is carried. All in, great, wonderful. Thank you for this opportunity, and God's blessings to you and the General Secretary and all of the staff and all of you who are commissioners and corresponding members.
Thank you, Marion. Might you return the chair to me?
Oh, yeah. You can mute me again.
Thank you so much,
You
Marion.
can hold on to the chair, Marion.
No, been there, done that. Thank you very much. It was wonderful, wonderful at the time. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And I'm sure that former moderator Richard also extends his gratitude for letting him focus on being where he is at the moment. I'd also like to make a motion to extend the order of the day to 4:30, so for another 20 minutes. And that is because we have one last important piece of business to attend to today, which is the covenanting with 2 new members of General Council Executive. So can we also have do we have to have a mover and a seconder to extend the order of the day? Can you pull the poll down so I can see on the, thanks. So is it possible to get a mover? So I saw Keith and then Arliss as mover, Keith Simmons and Arliss to extend the order of the day for until 4:30 Eastern time. All right, so can we have a poll to extend the order of the day? Don, the motion to refer new 05 was carried, so it will be referred to General Council Executive. All right, so we have 45 seconds to answer the question to extend the order of the day. We'll do 10 more seconds from now. And the motion is carried, and so we will extend to 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. So the next piece before our closing is to engage in covenanting service with 2 new members of General Council Executive. And so if I can ask the team to highlight Alcris and Catherine. And we'll move into a time of covenanting. So Catherine Britton and Alcris. We did covenant with Alcris last year at our annual meeting, but in absentia because she was physically locked out of the GC offices. So we're happy to do it with you in person this year, Alcris. The friends, we are each given particular gifts of the Spirit. Dans l'Église, des personnes sont appelées à des ministères particuliers de leadership, et ordonné. Some witness to the good news, some build up the community of wisdom. To embody God's love in the world, the work of the church requires the ministry and discipleship of all believers.
Throughout our faith history, the making of a covenant has signified the formation of relationship between God and the people of God. Through covenant making, God's people proclaim their commitment to God and to one another. We celebrate and give thanks for the fruits of our covenantal relationship. The General Council, on behalf of the entire church, seeks to enter into a covenantal relationship with Catherine Britton and Alcris Lamonge as members of the General Council Executive. In these covenantal relationships, with God's help, we attempt to co-create a church that is evolving, connected, courageous, and diverse, united in deep spirituality, inspiring worship, and daring actions towards justice. Moderator and members of the General Council, I present to you Catherine Britton and Alcris Lamonge, elected members of the General Council Executive, to be newly covenanted today. Alcris and Catherine, you have been called to service as members of the Executive of the General Council of the United Church of Canada. In response to the call of God and that of the Church, you have accepted as your vocation to participate in the ministry of Christ and the service of God through your office in the General Council. Will you join us as we, together with partners around the world, participate in building God's beloved community and the mending of God's sacred creation?
With the support of this community and with God's guidance, I will.
With the support of this community and with God's guidance, I will.
Do you, elected, nominated, corresponding, resource members, former members, and call General Council staff, pledge to continue to support Alcris and Catherine? Will you pray for them and their ministries?
Please respond with the words in the chat. We promise to work beside one another, support and lead each other towards deep spirituality, bold discipleship, and daring justice. May God strengthen us to encourage each other in all that we do. On behalf of the United Church of Canada and all its people, I celebrate and mark the covenant made today between us and God. On behalf of the Church, I install Catherine Britton and Alcris Lamonge as members of the General Council Executive. May God bless Alcris and Catherine and all who live out the ministry of Christ in the service of God within the United Church of Canada. And may the grace of God be with us all as we work towards love and justice. Amen. Would you want a benediction now or at the end? Benediction at the end?
Yeah,
Or now?
we have the after she is.
After what?
After the closing motion.
Okay.
Closing prayer.
Okay. All right, so we would normally have closing reflection from our elder and a short reflection from the equity team. And so Elder Evelyn, can I ask you to move us into our closing with a moment of prayer? Just recognizing that we are already past the order of the day. Well, we extended the order of the day, but thank you.
Okay. Creator, Mother Earth, Great Spirit and Great Mystery, and our friend Jesus' story. We thank you for your love and wisdom in the circle. We have left up our words unto you and in this circle to bring back the knowledge of how to walk with each other without taking our spiritual identity away from us. My voice has strength, courage, truth, and honesty. If it hurts, our ways are you need to hurt because you did wrong. That's how I was taught, so that we can listen to your spirit when you discipline us. And how many times have you disciplined me? I left it up for the cries of the nation, for the pain that the people have gone through with the new NIC, and the courage for them to please go on because they are spiritual. And my cries for all of us is to lift this up so that we can have the spiritual bridge to walk together without losing anyone's identity. That is how my friend Jesus' Spirit works and the 7 sacred teachings. We pray in my heart to the church, do not sweep it underneath the carpet. We must deal with it to mend and have spiritual bridge that is strong for our people to heal and all people to heal. We thank you for everything. Medu, I, Mekwich. Amen.
Thank you, Evelyn. And Adele, is there somebody from the equity team who's going to, General Secretary? Sorry.
So friends, the equity support team has been at work throughout the course of this meeting. And as we bring this meeting together, they want us to remember or reflect on how we've questioned our biases, how through the course of our meeting and conversation and decision-making, we have challenged assumptions, how we have noticed those who are missing, how we have valued all voices, how we have worked towards equity, and how we have sought to live out our commitments as we strive to live out God's call. Within the next week or so, they will send you a short evaluation survey of this meeting. In this survey, you are invited to reflect on the ways in which we collectively have been trying to live into the equity at this gathering. We encourage you to please complete the survey once you receive them through an email invitation. And if you have any additional questions or comments about equity, feel free to email them at equity@united-church.ca at any time.
Thank you, General Secretary. And I will also ask you to present the closing motions.
Moderator GS 26 is the closing motion. And the motion reads that this annual meeting of the 44th General Council agrees that any unfinished business from this meeting be referred to, is a point of order.
Stop in the middle. Yeah. Okay, point of order, Teresa.
Please let the record know that I actually brought this situation with the NIC to the General Council Executive in their September meeting. This will be returning to the executive, not being the first time they've heard of it.
Okay, and you would like that recorded in the minutes?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Teresa. Sorry, General Secretary, you may refer or resume the closing proposals.
So that all unfinished business from this meeting be referred to the executive of the General Council for consideration and action. That the minutes, that the General Secretary be authorized to publish the minutes in such formats as deemed appropriate by the General Secretary for the communication of the actions of this 44th General Council annual meeting, October 2024. And that this meeting of the 44th General Council, October 2024, be adjourned.
Thank you, General Secretary. Bob Hayes and Yvonne Terry, are you moving and seconding the motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Bob Hayes and Yvonne Terry. Yeah. So the closing motions have been moved and seconded, and without discussion, I will ask the team to put up the closing vote by poll. I don't think we have anybody voting by phone, but again, it's *9 if you would like to vote by phone. If you agree.
Done.
We'll give you 10 more seconds. The poll is closed, and I will call on our chair of worship for the last 6 years for GC44. Oh, sorry, that motion is carried. And I will call on Graham Brownmiller, our chair of worship, to say our closing benediction.
Thank you, moderator. Friends, for hopefully the last time as this gathered General Council, I offer you these words that you first heard in February of 2022. Be brave, beloved. May you enter free fall into the blessing of the 3 times holy. As you fall, call out the name. Then listen. As the warm, dark silence echoes it back to you in your own cradle tongue, the sound shattered, reflected into a rainbow of names that call forth a sigh of recognition, a groan, a glimmer, a magnificent Magnificat, nameless and naming and named. Be bold, beloved. With Hagar, name the one who knows you. With Moses, accept the name in the fire that does not destroy. With the disciples, take the question and bear it, its blessing and its cost. Who do you say that I am? Be bolder, braver yet, beloved, and receive this blessing. The blessing of the naming of evil. Left unnamed, it names us, tells us who we are and what we're worth. Name the evil. Call out to it, there is a name stronger, more expansive and free, before which there is no other. Be blessed, beloved. Be blessed to be a blessing, together connected in the name of love, wade through the river. We are hip deep in glory, awash in hope. Be bold, be brave, be blessed. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, everybody. There's So thank you to everybody. Thank you to all the staff, elected members, and volunteers who provided assistance both during and in advance of this meeting. And thank you to commissioners and corresponding members for faithfully continuing your service on behalf of this United Church of ours. And so we can end the recording, stop YouTube Live, and say goodnight to everyone. And thank you for your attention and your faithfulness and your discernment and your love and all that you brought of yourselves to this meeting. Amen.